Good morning, Miss Stevens.
Good morning, everyone. Let me. Ooh. Okay, here we go. What? Ah.
Okay, let's see who we've got. Miss Smiley, are you on? Is your audio working?
I believe it is. Hi.
Excellent. Good morning, Dr. Felder, Ms. Moore. Oh, so we're missing Mr. Atherton. Ms. Doyle. We'll just give everyone just another minute to get signed in and then we'll get started.
Okay. Yeah. Ugh.
Miss Dubison just let me know that a transformer outside of her house just exploded and her power went out. So she's going to try to log in through her phone, but we're going to give her a minute also to try to get connected.
Oh,
Good morning, Mr.
awesome.
Atherton.
Oh, Eva's on.
Oh, there she is.
Yep, there she is.
I'm assuming you guys are saying here I am to me.
Yes.
I was having some technical issues, so I was on the phone troubleshooting.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys can't see me?
Nope, I can see your ceiling.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning, Ms. Dawson. Mr.
Good
Jones,
morning.
Carrie. Good morning. Mr. Jones, Ms. Doyle needs to be promoted to a panelist. She's having trouble getting on. Oh, I think that's her.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Woo.
Okay, got everybody? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that we are all
Oh, I know.
here miraculously. So I will just say good morning and call to order this July 7th budget retreat of the OCS Board of Education. Want to start with another big congratulations to our 3 new board members, Ms. Carrie Doyle, Ms. Bonnie Hauser, and Ms. Jennifer Moore. We're excited to have you here this morning. I have much faith that we're going to move through this meeting with ease, but I hope that the public and one another will extend grace as we constellate as a new board today and begin our collaborations. New board members, please feel welcome to ask procedural or logistical questions at any time today. We want to make sure you feel comfortable and welcome as we all get the hang of this together. I want to remind everyone to take care of yourself during the meeting today. If you need to stand at your desk to stretch your legs or step away to briefly to refill water or use the restroom, please feel welcome to do that. Being mindful of the information being presented and timing of the votes and board feedback whenever it's possible. We are going to plan to take a 15-minute break after our school reopening and virtual update presentation right before we dive into finances, so everyone can just know that that is coming. Before we get into the agenda today, I'd just like to extend a big thank you on behalf of the board to Dr. Felder, the cabinet, principals, teachers, and all of our staff, from social workers to student nutrition, who continue to work so hard during these challenging times. As the board dives into asking questions and deliberating today, I hope that you each know how much we appreciate the time and energy you're giving our district and to the kids of Orange County. So the last thing is that I wanted to request that we add a brief discussion of board committees onto the agenda today, if it's the pleasure of the board. And I believe we would need a motion to adopt the agenda with that change, if that's okay with everyone.
Well, Madam Chair, since I don't see an item on here for agenda adoption, I think that should be on here. However, I would move that we add an item so that we can have a discussion about committees. If I can get a second. Thank you.
I second that. That was Sarah. Oh, Hillary, you're muted. Well, it doesn't say you're muted.
Doesn't say she's muted.
No, it doesn't.
I know.
We
I
can't,
love this.
it looks like your audio has disconnected in some way.
I love this WebEx.
Can you call in Hillary and have a,
She's doing it.
okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, in the interest of time, and I am the vice chair, I am going to attempt to collect the votes. I just got a text from Madam Chair Hillary saying, will you please collect the votes? So all in favor of adding a discussion about committees, let it be known by, oh, I need to collect the votes. So we've had a second by Hillary. So Sarah,
Aye.
Jennifer,
Aye.
Bonnie,
Aye.
thank you. Carrie,
Aye.
Will,
Aye.
right, I'm looking at the pictures. And well, Hillary, can you hear me? Yes, and I for Brenda. So motion is carried. So that's done. Hopefully she'll be here in a minute. So well, we didn't say where we would like to put it. Well, I guess she will do that. Oh, getting it. And it will go at the end of the agenda after board meeting calendar. All right, so I'm reading text from Hillary, everyone. So that's what I'm doing. It says, you can move to the first item. So, all right. Don't we love this start? All right, we will move to the first item, Hillsborough Elementary School reopening calendar, please.
Good morning.
Is Jason Johnson available?
Yes, ma'am, I'm available. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, board chair, board members, and Superintendent Felder. I would also like to say welcome to our newest board members, Ms. Moore, Ms. Howes, and Ms. Doyle. I look forward to working with you. As you know, Governor Cooper signed Senate Bill 113 into law. Senate Bill 113 allows us to modify the calendar for Hillsborough Elementary School in a way that does not strictly require 45 days of instruction, followed by 15 days of intercession throughout the school year. Linked in your board package are 3 year-round calendars that were developed in conjunction with Hillsborough Elementary staff and administration for the board's consideration and review. This is an action item. The 3 calendars have slight variances. One of the calendars has an August 3rd start date, while the other 2 start on August 17th. The August 17A and August 17B have noted differences between the lengths of intercessions and end of school dates. The 3 calendars also have differences between teacher work days, remote learning days. The features of the August 3rd calendar are that they have 2-week intercessions in October, December, and the last day of school is June 8th. The features of the August 17th A calendar is that there is a 1-week intercession in October, a 2-week break in December, and a week break in March. The student's last day on this calendar is also June 8th. This calendar closely resembles the traditional calendar. The features of the August 17th B calendar are that they will have a 2-week intercession in October, a 2-week intercession in December, and a 2-week intercession in March that spills over into April. The last day of school on the 17th B calendar is June 22nd. Now, based on this new session law providing the board flexibility to change a previously compliant year-round calendar in light of safety needs, all 3 calendar options are compliant with all other legal requirements. Tharrington Smith has reviewed all 3 calendars, but those other legal requirements are as follows. Each calendar has 215 total days in the calendar. Each calendar has 11 holidays and 10 vacation days. Each calendar also has 180 instructional days for a total of 1,080 instructional hours. Each calendar also includes an additional 5 instructional days that do not count towards the instructional hour requirement. And finally, each calendar has 9 teacher working days that round out the entire calendar to get us back to that 215 total days. Please note, while all 3 calendar option proposals are compliant with all legal requirements, and while the governor recently announced that year-round schools can start in July remotely, the superintendent staff continue to advocate for an August 17th start date for Hillsborough Elementary to give the district the maximum amount of time possible to prepare for remote learning 2.0 implementation, receive all PPE supplies, ensure all safety and health requirements are fully in place for the 2021 school year. At this time, I open the floor for any questions and conversation around Hillsborough Elementary calendar.
Madam Vice Chair, I have a question. This is Sarah Smiley. You're muted, but I see that you're saying go ahead. So my question is, I have an interest in, I would like to see us preserve as much as possible the year-round calendar approach for Hillsborough Elementary. And I'm curious for the August 3rd date, I understand the need to definitely in the physical space. If we need to go back in person, I do think the more time we have to come to get the PPE in and make sure all the procedures are in place, that makes more sense to me. The August 3rd date, I'm wondering if we went back virtual for Hillsborough for at least the first few weeks on August 3rd, could we be ready for that in terms of, so some of the things, the two things that I'm thinking of that I think we need to get, three things, I think we need to get ready for that. One is receiving and delivering all of the devices for K-2 to do remote. The second one is preparing the online learning platform, however that would work. And the third one, and I know we haven't talked about all of the reopening stuff, which is coming later in the agenda, so I know a little bit less about exactly what that'll look like. And the third one is them preparing professional development for the teachers to operate in that way. And I'm curious if, if the August 3rd date is more of a concern from the physical space, or if we were to go back remote on August 3rd, would that be a more feasible date?
Well, I will let Todd Jones speak to the devices, and then Dr. Gammon will speak to the possibility of going remote August 3rd.
Thank you.
So Todd?
Is the question about the availability of devices to begin the school year?
Yes, sir.
Yes, could we get out the K-2 devices to Hillsborough by August 3rd?
The K-2 devices are part of what's been part of the RFP for the refresh. That still needs to go before the board, and I believe there's still some final legal review regarding the financing. Maybe Ms. Rath can advise on that. So we don't have a date for when that equipment is going to be available. We're looking at some other alternatives, including renting Chromebooks, to see if we can fill that gap. But we're still doing research on that, so I don't have a definitive answer.
Wow.
I would like to just chime in. We under legal review, however, we are still already worked to reach out to the commissioners in regards to getting a meeting with them. We have completed the abstract information that they need to review that, and it is in their hands, and we for them to that meeting, let us know when it is. We have communicated profusely that we're unable to move forward until we get this approval, and that is impacting our ability to get the devices. So we're pushing, and it is, we don't have to wait for full legal review before we can go ahead and make sure to get this meeting set and established. So we are working hard to get that to happen.
And if I could also chime in. And so while both dates are in August and in close proximity to each other, Meeting Central Office is really advocating for additional time, particularly around, so yes, we could rent devices and distribute devices in that way, but it's more than just the tool, the technology tool, it's the what and how, what those tools will be used for. And we're still drafting, creating curriculum. We are still needing to lift the professional development that goes along with all of that. So there's a lot to do. And so while there are 12 days, including some of those days are weekends, we are advocating, I am advocating for every day possible. It would not, starting on August 17th, as you know, would not take away the school's ability to continue to be year round. So that's not in question. We just want to ensure that the students at Hillsborough Elementary, if they're starting remotely, have the same opportunities that all the other schools will. They're starting remotely, and so giving us the time to do that and to do it to the best of our ability is appreciated. And every day and every second will count in enabling us to do that.
Okay. I saw somebody's hand. Bonnie, did you have something you wanted to say?
There's a couple of things, and I really appreciate Dr. Felder's comments. First of all, back to Sarah's questions on the devices, is it possible for us to fast track those K-2 devices just to get those going? And is there a benefit to getting HES started? Because, you know, almost as a first school to bring up, because to me, it seems easier to bring up one school of a couple hundred kids than it is to bring up a district of 7,500 kids. And we don't have, so, and I'm assuming one other comment, the board prior to us, but the prior boards have signaled first to the parents that there would be a July 15th start date, which we pushed back. And at the last meeting kind of signaled an August 3rd start date. I'm a little worried about us continually pushing back these dates. So just wanted to make that comment.
Okay, thanks. I can't, I only see 4 people on the screen. So do we have any additional comments regarding the start date?
Yes, Madam Co-Chair, this is Will. I do have my hand up. Are we not doing that on the?
Yeah, well, you know, yes, but you know, I'm not
That's okay.
the host or whatever you call it. So I'm scrolling through to see you all. So, all right, go ahead.
Okay, so I have the same similar comments that Bonnie has, is about the advantage to trying to work out some of these kinks with the remote learning, and also the devices. Since we don't have dates, it sounds like we may be in trouble for the 17th as well. Because where are we going to get that money to rent these devices? Because we're already taking out, you know, loans and such to get these other devices. So this will be additional cost on top of that. So I do have some concerns with, you know, are we going to have those available? I think at one point it was discussed that we would use the devices we had in reserve to meet those needs. And there was a plan for the iPads. And also, I do feel keeping the year round as close to its original intent with the intersessions is one of the main reasons our parents want the year round, is to have those breaks for their students and to, you know, have a break and then re-engage. But like I said, I do have concerns with the devices, whether they'll be available on the 17th and the cost.
Right. Yeah.
Mrs. May I?
Yes, go on.
Okay, thank you. So if my recollections serve correctly, I believe at the last board meeting, and you all can correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding was that we were looking at August 3rd or August 17th. It was both. And the or with the August 17th was dependent upon the governor. And would that initial guidance change? Would we be given the flexibility? We advocated again at the last board meeting for August 17th, but that was based upon what the governor's decision was. Well, we did get the flexibility to create an August 17th calendar. With regards to August 17th, as I said, I know both dates are in August, but please understand the work that we are doing every single day, every single second counts. And we don't want Hillsborough Elementary students to be guinea pigs. And we do believe we will be in a better position on August 17th. So with regards to devices, yes, we are looking at workarounds, what we can do should we not have the devices in by the 17th. We're looking to fast track. Yes, if we have to, we may have to rent Some of our families have indicated, well, we have a device, and so maybe some of our families won't need a device right away. We do have devices in, we do have a stash of devices. We typically want to deplete those devices, but if we need to, we can. So we will have a workaround planned in place for devices on the 17th. Should they not arrive, you can only imagine all across the country, everyone is after devices. But as soon as we can get it through the Board of County Commissioners, we will place our order and, as I said, have a workaround should they not arrive on the 17th.
Right.
Are you all able to hear me now?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Great. Well, before you come back to, what I'd like to say is my recollection mirrors that of Dr. Felder's. I recall August 3rd and 17th being our 2 dates. I too am concerned. I don't want to rush into anything. When it's not anything, I don't want to rush to get them back because I want to do this right. Because there's so many additional pieces that we have to consider. Devices are key, yes, but I'm concerned about, I saw about taking temperatures, but if a kid gets, I know there's a lot of things we got to work out, and I have a lot of notes for the next presentation because there are other factors to consider. So I support the staff's August 17th, and we're told that they would remain on the year-round schedule, and that's a good thing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Does anyone else have comments about the opening date?
I just have, I think it would be helpful to understand some of what I think we've heard from teachers and families at HES is we're ready. We did online like in the spring, and we can be ready for August 3rd. And so I think it would just be helpful to understand what needs to get ready before, if we went back virtual, what needs to be ready that's different? Like why is it not just as simple as what's changing? Why is your perspective, I guess, different than that like we could be ready by August 3rd?
So I'm going to invite Dr. Gammon, if he's on, to join this conversation. But one of the things that's very different is curriculum. And so we didn't have a blended curriculum previously. Teachers are in the process of blended curriculum. We are in the process of purchasing blended curriculum to enhance what we have. And we know that in order for that curriculum to be effective, you need professional development. So that's one of the things that's very, very different. Also, we want to, based on feedback, and you'll hear a little bit about it later on in the presentation, based on feedback that we've received from our stakeholders, from our families, there's room for improvement with regard to how we deliver instruction remotely. And so there's a lot of work to be done. It's not as easy as just flipping. I wish it were. God knows I do, but it's not. And every day we keep discovering, again, remember, this is uncharted territory. We've never, ever, ever in my almost 30 years been in this position. And I'm speaking for educators across the country. This is all new. So every day we are discovering new things and adding to the list of things that we need to do and get ready. So again, every day counts, every second counts. This Hillsborough Elementary School, the staff is phenomenal. They are all of our staff in the district can just work wonderful miracles, and we get that, but we need to give them the tools. We need to put those tools in their hands, and the tools aren't ready yet. They're in the process of being developed. They are in the process of being procured, and we need time to not only put the tools in their hand, but also to ensure that they have the professional development to implement those tools with fidelity.
Well, Madam Chair, I have a question, and that is, I heard Dr. Felder mention getting info from the HES parents, and so I understand the HES community, you know, they're listening and they're curious as to what the results of the survey, you know, what are they saying? Are they saying they want to be there on the 17th, or what are they saying?
And I don't mind answering that, Dr. Felder. So HES, they did offer a survey to their parents, but they surveyed the parents on option 17A and 17B. They did not ask about the August 3rd date. Now, in between 17A and 17B, I think they had about approximately 180 responses. 106 of their families preferred A, 62 of their families preferred option B, and then 10 of them didn't have any preference. So a majority of them wanted 17A. Where 17A is the one when they get out of school June 8th versus 17B, I think they get out of school June 22nd.
Yeah.
And the shorter intersections on 17A.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else have anything to add before we take a vote on this? I personally also,
I'm sorry, I just want to add one thing. I just, you know, I want to repeat a point that Will and I both made. Is there a benefit to, and I prefer the term pilot than guinea pig, but is there a benefit to using HES as a pilot for some of the new tools and the new curriculum that we're launching?
It would, I agree with you. So in terms of the terminology. And so there would be benefit if the tools were ready. We cannot guarantee that they will be ready on the 3rd. So that's the issue.
So I will just say that I will support the superintendent's recommendation as well as Ms. Stevens. I think that if we don't have the professional development and we're not sure about technology, then, you know, at the end of the day, I have to support what is going to be best for student achievement and student outcomes for our kids at HES. Certainly, I understand that people are anxious to get back and stick to their calendar. I will repeat that this is in no way jeopardizes the year-round calendar for future years, but that would be where I stand on it. So this is an action item if there are any motions or further comments.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, was there any comments on this survey, or was it just strictly a pick one of the calendars, or what's your preference? Was there any comment feedback?
Yes, there were some comments.
Could you give us a general idea of the feeling or what families were saying?
So there was some comments saying we can go back on traditionals, not go back on tradition, but maybe adopt a traditional calendar for a year. There were some comments about starting August 3rd. There were some comments that just kind of reiterated their preference over 17A or 17B. So it was pretty much a hodgepodge of comments.
Okay, nothing prevailed on any one thought. I mean, I'm just curious.
It was kind of all over the place, and I don't have the comments right in front of me.
Okay.
To say what prevailed, but it was August 3rd, what they preferred between August 17th. Some said traditional, but I need to pull those out and print them out so I can just highlight them all.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Johnson. The other question I had was for Dr. Gammon, and I know that we've said the content isn't ready, and we're not sure it'd be ready for August 3rd. What is our target date? Do we have some kind of project schedule that shows, hey, our target date is going to be August 10th, or, you know, I'm just curious if we have that information and if we could share it.
Yeah, that's a great question. I do want to note that I'm at the Welcome Center, and the internet has been kind of in and out. So if it does go out, I do apologize. I did want to note that we have spent a great deal of time this summer in preparation, as Dr. Felder noted. We have a calendar that that would be up to this August 17th date, where things would be prepared and ready to go. We are in a process, and I do want to be very clear, some of the core curriculum pieces that we traditionally use, that we have procured in the past and that our teachers have been trained on and that we want to continue using, those vendors are also in this kind of race against time, where they're trying to transition their curriculum from that face-to-face setting to a blended setting. And we have folks that are running all the way up until mid-July to have that full transition. And so from our lens, we're not in a position to just radically switch core curriculum when we have this limited window of time and we have all the other just outside factors going on with COVID right now. We want to stick with curriculum that our teachers are familiar with, but we also have to operate when those things get into our hands. And so to answer your question specifically about PD, we're really looking at 3 buckets right now of focus areas. And those 3 buckets are really based off of all the feedback surveys that we have pushed out to families, to staff, to observations that we compiled throughout the spring. And those 3 areas are a consistent learning management or communication system with families, that families are not only trained on, but our teachers are also adept at, so there's a clear streamlined communication piece. The second being just the instructional design being a blended learning model. It was noted earlier that there was a lot of, and I believe Ms. Smiley mentioned that there are a lot of folks that are stating OCS community that they feel like they're ready to go, which is awesome. I think that's incredible to hear that. But I do believe that what we pushed out in the spring is not our best, and it wasn't expected to be. So the fact that they found value in what we were doing then is great, but we can make it a lot better as far as that blended learning piece for kids, so that there is consistent instruction that happens on a daily basis for kids, whether they're in a building or at home. And where there's an accountability piece to that, we've been working through those processes. And then the final thing is really the social emotional learning aspect of this. Like, we have an entire community here that has dealt with trauma in a variety of ways through this event, and we'll continue to do so. And we want to make sure that we are in a healthy way meeting those needs and not rushing that as we enter the school year. So those 3 areas are kind of our major foci. And we want to make sure that we are getting into those really specifically for all schools. HES obviously would be paramount here at the beginning, since we're discussing them.
So Dr. Gammon, let me ask my question slightly different. I'm not questioning the need to do any of that. It's really a question of, do we have a laid out schedule that says, hey, 2 weeks before the 17th, August 3rd, we're going to start teacher test, training, the PD, they're going to start learning. We're going to push out that next 4 days to parents so they can learn how to log in and all that. I think I would, as a board member, like to see that breakdown of this calendar that leads us to that, because it feels a little mushy to me. I know y'all have got a plan. I know y'all are working hard, but I think it would help us because, a lot of feedback we're getting is, families are nervous. Some of the teachers are saying we're ready, but I think if everybody sees, hey, this is what we're doing and how we're getting there, I think everybody's going to be more comfortable with how we get there. And that's really what I'm curious to see, is that, hey, this is how we roll this out to our teachers and then to our parents as well. And we all know what we're working towards, if you will.
Okay, absolutely. And that's something that we can provide.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say I agree with Will. I just saw that another school district put their timeline on Facebook, and it included all of those things that Will had said. And so, all of the parents and of course the students as well, they can see it and they have access to it. So I agree with Will on that.
Yep, I agree. That would be helpful for everyone.
I could just insert that it's on its way by way of the new website that's coming up. And so, and I'll talk about that later on, but all of that information will be posted. But we have what we call runner shows for everything that we're doing. to get schools reopened. That's the only way we're going to get the work done and the only way that we can safeguard things from falling through the cracks. So we're using a project management approach to move the work forward. We've got start dates, end dates, who's responsible, status updates, all of that. So we're well on top of it.
And Mr. Atherton, to your question, I just quickly counted. There's about 70 comments total. 7 of them mention the start date of August 3rd.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, so is there anyone else? Well, this is an action item, so if someone wants to make a motion, that would be great.
I will make a motion. And Mr. Johnson, you said that the calendar most preferred by families between the August 17th dates was A, where it ends on the 8th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to change the calendar to that date. The additional time, given all of the factors at play, even for coming back remote, seem really important. And I know we need to nail down a date. So I motion to approve the August 17th A calendar.
Second, this is Brenda Stevens.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So now I will go around and collect votes. Ms. Stevens?
Aye.
Ms. Smiley?
Aye.
Mr. Atherton?
Aye, based on content availability.
Yep, same for me. Ms. Doyle?
Aye.
Ms. Hauser?
Aye.
And Ms. Moore?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes for Hillsborough Elementary to open on option 17A. Thank you, everyone. So our next agenda item is the NCSBA custom policy updates, and I will pass this to Dr. Felder.
Yes, so this is a request for a contract that would enable the North Carolina School Board Association to support us with our, let me see, hold on one second here. Kind of having some technical difficulties here with our policies and the updates. And so we have would like to continue working with them, realizing the importance of ensuring that our policies remain up to date and are well organized, et cetera. And that's the work that they will support us with through this particular contract.
Okay.
I move that we approve the signing and continuation of this agreement with the North Carolina School Boards Association, excuse me, because it is very important for us to remain current with our policies.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion before we take a vote? Ms. Smiley?
Yes, I'm curious, it seems like we haven't been having these updates happen since 2017. And my understanding in attending policy meetings was that Jonathan would bring updates from the North Carolina School Boards Association. So I'm confused about whether those updates have happened or not. My understanding was that much of what we covered in those meetings were updates from the School Boards Association. I don't know, Eva, if you have clarification or anyone else might have clarification about that.
Yes, that's how I recall it too. Mr. Atherton, would you like to say something before we ask Ms. Stevenson?
Yeah, I would just say that my experience was that I would get a notice of all the updates for what is being proposed from the North Carolina School Boards Association. We would have a meeting with the attorneys We would talk through with Dr. Felder, myself, and the attorney about which ones we wanted to bring forward. Then the attorney would use that and work with staff to modify it to meet our customizations. But Jonathan, my understanding, would be getting those on behalf of us through our paid subscription. He was not providing those another way, but I'll let Eva answer. But that was my experience.
And before I answer, I do have a question. Dr. Felder, did you use the custom update service last year, or is this a new?
So I wasn't here last year. My understanding is no, that we did not use that, sir.
I see Will shaking his head. So the difference here is that there are 2 tiers, in my understanding, or really 3, of policy services from the School Board Association. And the basic tier is you get, they push out model policies to everyone, and then you customize it yourself. And that is what I think you've been doing with Jonathan. This is a higher tier where they will do some of that work that Jonathan's been doing as far as customizing it to your district and helping you to update your whole manual. So it's a higher level service from the School Board Association, and sort of a more personalized service as opposed to you just getting the same samples that they send to everyone. And then theoretically, I think the idea is that you may have less need for Tharrington Smith to customize your policies, so it could be less expensive in the end.
Thank you for that clarification. That you said was the part that I was putting the pieces together and wondering about.
So I have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if to direct these to Ms. Stevenson or Dr. Felder, but I'm wondering if this service could translate our policy manual into Spanish, if that's something that's on our list of things to do. I'm also interested in an equity audit of our policies, which is part of our our policy 1030, equity in education. I'm assuming that's not something that this service would do, but I guess I'm wondering as a follow-up if Dr. Felder is working on that. So those are my 2 questions about this.
Honestly, I don't know if that is a service that's provided through this particular service, but with regards to an equity audit, that is something that we have discussed and are looking into. To do it in this manner versus, because we have a lot of policies, doing them, in a more slower fashion. So we definitely want to review our policies. We have to through an equity lens. And the way that we've been getting at that thus far is just one-offs. So as something crops up, we take a dive into that related policy through an equity lens. But that is not probably the most efficient way to get at the number of policies that we have.
Okay.
And my understanding of what they will be doing in this update is to actually look, not necessarily, I mean, I think it's the board and the policy committee that will bring the equity lens, but what the School Board Association is going to do is actually look at your current manual and identify everything that's out of date, and then bring you what is their most up to date for that. And then, there will still be a significant role for the policy committee in then deciding what you want to adopt and what you want it to read.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
And if I could just add that my understanding is that this service helps to keep us current with all updates of policies, and just want to ensure that we stay current.
Great. Well, does anyone else have anything to add, or is there a motion for approval?
We already motioned.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me take that vote. My apologies, everyone. Ms. Doyle.
Yes.
Ms. Hauser.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
And Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Great, motion passes.
Well,
So we will,
Madam Chair, I have a question for Dr. Felder, and maybe not to answer now, but just to, maybe we can talk about it later. Sarah Smiley referenced 2017, and I believe the difference is at that point in 2017, policies had been assigned to a specific individual, and that is how it was kept up with. And then after a while, it was sort of piecemeal throughout the staff. And so perhaps you let the board know how it's being handled now. No, but don't tell me now. That's just Sarah Smiley made me think about that. She prompted that thought in my head. That's why it looked a little different now than from 2017. I don't know if Melody's going to be the point person, but I'll talk to that one-on-one. I'm sorry.
thank you, Ms. Stevens. So the next item for action is the NCSBA web hosting agreement.
Right, so a related service would be the web hosting. And here, NCSB would host our policies, and we would still have access to the policies, but they would host the policies. Included in that would be, so they would create and publish an online digital version of each of our policies and policy-related documents. And they describe the format that will be used. So we would definitely still have access, but they would take care of all the hosting of our policies to ensure that, because what we have found sometimes, at least my experience since I've district, and that could be because there was such a big gap between in the communications office between our previous communications person and our new one. It's what happens to the policies after policy committee, and just keeping up with them, ensure that all the revisions are made and that they, once they are approved, they get placed where they need to be placed. And so that service and support would be appreciated.
Great. Is there any, Mr. Atherton?
Yes, the only concern I have with this contract, I think it's a good service to help manage search and all that. But I am concerned that there is no defined SLAs. So if the service goes down, how long would it be down? What's guaranteed when it'll be back up? I know that when our site has gone down a couple of times in the past, you know, we had very specific timeframes that they had to get the service back running within 4 hours. I would like to see some SLA so we know that it can't be down for weeks or months. Not that it would be, but I think it's just fair in any kind of thing that's web service or electronic that we do have some agreement on when we would expect, if a service goes down, when it would be available.
Thank you. Are there any other comments before we move this item? Okay, well, is there a motion to approve this, maybe contingent on following up about SLAs?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Atherton and a second by Ms. Smiley, and I will go around and ask for votes. Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Madam Chair, may I ask?
Now we,
I'm so
absolutely.
seeking some clarification for, just for follow-up on that motion. Is the idea that the contract is approved, but the board would like to have information of what the School Board Association's hosting contract, or is are there certain parameters that you will only accept? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying. Will, do you have thoughts around that?
Yeah, I would like to see us have the SLA in our contract, and I think reasonable aspects of the contract, right? I think if they said it could be done a week, I think we would want to come back to the board, but if they came and said 24 hours, I think that would be acceptable. Unless another board member thinks it should be different.
That sounds okay to me. Maybe we could say within 24 hours it's approved and we'll bring it back if it's longer than that. That work?
Works for me.
Great. And we will move on to item B, which is school reopening.
Okay, all right. And so at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Jones to project the PowerPoint for this part of the presentation. And please know I'm juggling between two laptops. One gives me sound, one gives me pictures, so bear with me. So Mr. Jones, if you can signal when the PowerPoint is projected, I would appreciate that.
I believe it is.
Okay, wonderful. So good morning again, everyone. It is so great to be here and to see all of you. Another round of congratulations to our newest board members, Mrs. Dole, Ms. Moore, Ms. Hauser. Looking forward to working with everyone this year. So we've already started this conversation a bit in the agenda, but let's jump in a deeper way with regards to reopening schools. In fact, today we have two presentations. The first will be focused on reopening schools. The other is focused on the budget. And so next slide, please, Mr. Jones. And so as you can see from this slide, there are 8 outcomes for this part of the presentation. Please know that some of what will be presented today was shared previously, but we think it is worth revisiting, particularly for our new board members, and to provide context. Also, please note that we will pause throughout the presentation to answer questions and to obtain your feedback and your guidance. Specifically, throughout the presentation, we will pause to ask, what questions do you have about what you heard? And what considerations do we need to keep in mind for continued learning? Additionally, there are three items we need your decision-making on. So we'll know whether we can proceed or not. And those items are listed on this slide in bold font and italics. Again, we'll pause to give you an opportunity to make those decisions after presenting information about each of those items and after answering any questions you may have. Know that, as Mrs. McKenzie mentioned, you will be relieved to know that we've also built in a break between the two presentations. They are rather lengthy, but a break is built in. And so I'll stop there to see if you have any questions about the outcomes or anything I've shared thus far. All right, so if there are no questions just yet, let's begin by providing some context. So, next slide, Mr. Jones, we are on slide 3. So as you know, as a result of COVID-19, we've shifted from the traditional way that we've educated students to remote learning. And now we've shifted our focus, and shifted is a bit, I don't know if that's the right word to describe it. It felt more like whiplash, but I'll use shift. And so now we've shifted our focus to reopening schools in the midst of the pandemic. And as I stated previously, these are uncharted. And again, I wish there was a better word to describe it, but we are navigating through uncharted waters. But from the outset, we knew that critical to planning for reopening of schools would be listening to and understanding the views and feedback from stakeholders to help inform, shape, and improve plans for this school year. To date, stakeholder feedback has proven to be absolutely invaluable. And so this slide outlines some of the ways that we've already engaged and how we will continue to engage stakeholders. So for example, we have and will continue using surveys. One of my messages, my weekly messages to families prior to the end of this school year, I think the last one, I just said, look out. We will be surveying you quite a bit. And so, and we have. And we will need to continue to do that. We will begin facilitating focus groups at every school and within the community. We've established a 60-person task force made up of teachers, support services staff, as well as school-based and central office leaders. And we're even leveraging informal feedback we receive on almost a daily basis. Emails and the kind you get when you're shopping at the grocery store and Walmart. We are taking it all in, and it's all very helpful. So indeed, we are an equal opportunity information seekers and are glad to get the input. Additionally, later this week, we will launch, as I stated earlier, the Return to School website. And so the purpose of this section that will be on our website is to provide a one-stop resource for our families, for our students. Our students are seeking information, and the community at large. And there will be a simpler version of this website for our staff. As the state, DPI, and Orange County updates their guidelines and recommendations, we will update the website. So it will be a living, breathing a tool that we will use for communicating. We will share specific portions of the site via our social media platform. So that's one of the ways that we'll use to signal to the community that there are updates. And so we ask that you take time to review the site and provide feedback to me. The link is embedded in this slide, but it was also shared with you in the weekly update. Next slide, please. And so, what surveys have been administered to date? So to date, 5 surveys have been administered. This slide lists the surveys, the dates they were administered, and the purpose for each. Another survey not listed, but that proved to be very informative was a 4-question survey administered by teachers in late April, early May regarding internet connectivity and access to devices. But for today, we are going to focus on the most recent survey administered, and that was the June 20 Return to School Fall 2020 survey. Next slide, please. So the focus of this survey, and there's a link to it at the top of the slide, was to gather information on all the items listed on this slide, including families' intentions with regards to returning to school in the fall of 2020. It was sent to families with an email address, except HES, Hillsborough Elementary School families, because the principal at that school sent them a separate survey. And so it was very similar. With regards to the number of families we have email addresses for, is approximately 4,000. We received 1,663 responses for a 41.9% response rate, which is excellent in the world of surveys. There were also approximately, and Mr. Johnson, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe 800 comments or somewhere in that ballpark. And again, they varied, just a wide variety, which is not unusual given that every family, every student's circumstances are different. And that's also part of what makes the reopening of school planning such a challenge, because every family's needs, desires, and challenges are different. So while the response rate was excellent, there were some disparities with regards to who responded, as 78% of the respondents were white, 13% Black, 4% identified as Hispanic Latinx, 3% identified as 2 or more races, 2% Asian, and less than 1% American Indian, Alaskan Native. And so these demographics, all of our surveys have been, again, helpful. We send them out because we want input and information and feedback. And so this one was no different, and the demographics have been pretty similar. But this one prompted Cabinet to go another step. And so we personally surveyed about 200 families, somewhere between 175 to 200 families, who were identified by teachers as ones that they had difficulty connecting with, or with regards to during remote learning, or weren't able to connect with at all. And so we are in the process of analyzing, and that was a phone survey. So we picked up the phone and we called families. And so we continue to analyze the phone survey data, and we'll share the results with you when we finish analyzing those data. Next slide, please. So while there were disparities with regards to the race and ethnicity of the respondents, of those who did respond, we learned that 93% of the respondents have access to a device. 68% said they have high-speed internet, and some, like me, 25%, it's slow. We also learned that 56% requested more guidance to the adults. So the adults are saying, we need more support with helping our students with remote learning. So as Dr. Gammon mentioned, the PD that we're planning, it's not just for teachers. We are also planning professional development or training, or however you want to terminalize it, for our families as well, and for our students. And so again, 56% of the families who responded said they wanted support as adults. We also heard that despite our efforts, and I must say, and I will continue to say it, while, as Dr. Gammon already noted, we pivoted quickly and were able to stand up remote learning, we know that it could be better. And the survey data speaks to that, as 80% of the families who responded said that they felt their students were learning much to somewhat less than they had through the traditional way. 71% said they would send their student for in-person learning in the fall, and 77% expressed an interest in summer learning and enrichment opportunities. And we're going to talk to you about those summer learning and enrichment opportunities that are available. So I'm going to just stop here and just see if you have any questions or comments before I move on.
The way that this is set up with presenting, I'm having a hard time seeing people. So just jump in there if you've got a question.
I have just a clarifying question. Dr. Felder, can you talk, I think it's great that we reached out to those around 200 families who had difficulty connecting during remote learning in the spring. And you said we did a phone survey. Is that like live speaking to someone, or like press the button if, like, what kind of a phone survey was that?
Yeah, so, and Mr. Johnson, you may want to jump in to give more details. He led that effort. He's been leading the effort with the surveys and has been doing a great job with regards to that. But no, this was extended cabinet. And so maybe 12 of us just pick up the phone, and the same questions that were posed in the actual survey document that was emailed, we literally picked up the phone and called families that we had not heard from, or that we had information that these were families that were not engaging or engaging regularly based on the teacher survey that was done back in April, May. So it wasn't a phone survey where you hear a pre-recorded voice and you press 1 for this and 2 for that. This was actual, it was a live survey. It's the best way I can describe it. Mr. Johnson, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, and that's correct, Dr. Felder. It's a live survey. And right now we have some preliminary data around that survey. We still have some more families to get in contact with. And just like with the teachers, we've struggled to reach every family. Our contact rate right now with families is around 44%. But some of the things that we're hearing, one of the things we heard loud and clear was that we need to move towards like one learning management system. We also heard that the engagement doing remote learning on the elementary level was a lot stronger than the secondary level. And then we actually had some parents that wanted a little more accountability around like student grades and their assignments. But for the most part, I'm also seeing that, families were generally just thankful for the work that we were putting in to just connect with them.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any other questions before I move on?
I just have a clarifying question on sending students back in person. Is the context of that question that they'd be willing to send their kid to school, or does it have to do with whether they prefer their kid to be remote or in school? So what is the context of that question?
Mr. Johnson, can you respond to that, please?
Yes, no problem. So the context of that question was, at that time of the survey, because as things change and evolve, and that will change, but at that time of the survey, how comfortable do you feel sending your child back to school with particular safety measures in place?
So it wasn't a preference. It wasn't stating a preference one way or the other.
No.
Right.
It wasn't a preference.
I have a question, Madam Chair. I was curious what success you had in reaching and communicating with Spanish-speaking families. I know you went to efforts to have translations of surveys, and I'm just wondering how that success was.
Yeah, so we certainly had a specific outreach to Latinx families, and through the work of Sandra Blefko, who is a lead translator in our district. And so I'm not sure where she is with regards to completing the phone survey that she is working on, but we do have a special outreach to our Latinx families who may have a barrier with because of language. And she knows that community very well.
That's great to hear.
Any other questions before I move on? All right, so let's do just that. Let's move on. And so slide 7, please, Mr. Jones. And so another major focus throughout this planning and reopening schools process has been our focus on equity. The president of the National Educators Association said, "We must share in finding solutions that finally work for students of color, students with disabilities, English language learners, undocumented families, homeless families, rural schools, and under-resourced schools." The groups of students called out in this quote are who we are refer to as our centered students. And I love how Dr. Keeling defines this group. And Dr. Keeling, I think you are on this call, and so feel free to chime in. But these are our students who have traditionally or historically been marginalized in this country. These are the children who are on the fringes of society, and in our educational system, they were not part of the plan. So when education was designed, it wasn't designed for them. But we want to keep them at the center as we seek to increase achievement for all students. So equity, again, is at the core of everything we do. And so what exactly do we mean by equity? So if we can shift to the next slide. And I'm sure it's one, there are lots of variations of this slide, but what do you notice? It's not a rhetorical question.
Okay, so I'll give it a pass. Okay, so equality, right? Everyone gets the same thing, and when everyone gets the same thing, some of the people can see the game and some of the people can't see the game. Equity, giving people what they need in order to see the game, right? Keeping the focus on what is the outcome or the objective and what do people need to reach that objective. And then the reality of the resources actually not even necessarily being equal, but being sort of the opposite of that. So taking that phone survey as an example, right? That students who have historically succeeded more in Orange County schools had a much higher response rate, which means their voices are being heard much more, which means we're making decisions that are being driven by their voices much more. And that sort of being an example of what we see on the reality side.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Smiley. And so again, our focus is what you see in that middle picture. And we could even take it a step further, as there's a version of this picture, this illustration that shows no fence. And that's true justice. But equity is not about giving everyone the same thing. It's not about winners and losers, some get and some don't. It is about giving kids what they need. And we know that some children need more. And so in the spirit of equity, that's what we have to endeavor to do. And if we go to the next slide, and these are slides you've all seen before, I will continue to share these slides every opportunity I get because I believe that we have an equity crisis in this county, particularly around literacy and with regards to our suspension data. But, again, equity is important when Orange County schools, when we look at this achievement data, when disaggregated by subgroups, it shows great disparity in our literacy achievement, as 30% of our white students are not on grade level. That's a problem. 60% of our Black students are not on grade level. That's a problem. 64% of our Hispanic Latinx students are not on grade level. 75% of our students who are learning English are not on grade level. 78% of our students who have been identified with special needs, not on grade level. Our students who are economically disadvantaged, or our poor students, 63% of them not on grade level, and 50% of our students who are in foster care. So we know that literacy is a civil right. It is more than a skill or habit. It is a gateway and a gatekeeper. It's both, and it must not be viewed as a subject to be taught. It is, again, a civil right that must be provided to all of our students, and one of the greatest equity crises that we have in this country. The state's data doesn't look much better, so it is a crisis in this state, and it is, by evidence of these data, a crisis in this county. So we keep this at the forefront as we're planning for the reopening of schools. The next three slides, and I have dubbed them Mrs. Smiley slides, Mrs. Smiley's data, but I cannot thank you enough, Mrs. Smiley, for pulling all of these data together, but they just further illustrate the disparities in literacy achievement in this district. And so they compare Orange County schools to other North Carolina school districts. So we're not talking about districts outside of the state, right in the state, that serve the same population of students that we do, and most of them do. These data indicate that if you are economically disadvantaged, if you identify as Hispanic or Latinx, if you identify as Black, if you identify as an English language learner, if you are a student with disabilities, foster care, or homeless, you have a much worse chance of learning to read in Orange County than in any other of the other districts. In other words, Orange County is a great district for learning how to read if you're white, but if you are not economically disadvantaged. So it is sobering. The same emotions are evoked within me every time, and every opportunity I have to share these data, I do and I will, because I know we can turn this around. We have to turn it around for the sake of our children. And so, Mr. Jones, if you can now skip to slide 13, as the other two slides I spoke to when we looked at the first one. But with regards to slide 13, again, this is one that I shared too, and will continue to share. And that is just to emphasize that there's a high cost. And who's the high cost to? It's to the child that is not literate. And it is to all of us. We're going to pay. It's either we're going to pay now or we're going to pay later. But as a country, as a state, as a county, we're going to pay if our students are not literate. So there's a very high cost to low literacy skills. And this slide just speaks to higher dropout rate for children who are not literate. They have a more difficult time finding a job. It impacts their ability to find sufficient health care, and which makes me wonder when we think about who the pandemic is impacting the most with regards to underlying health issues. Why is that? And as a nation, with regards to the business communities having to spend roughly $3.1 billion annually to improve the literacy skills of their entry-level workers. So this is huge for our country and for our county. We have to turn the needle on those data. And the same disparities, we see those in our suspension data. And so that tells us that, you know, there's more work that we need to do around creating a culture and climate and that's conducive to where learning takes place, and with regards to meeting students' social emotional needs, as well as the culturally responsive and ensure that our staff are well equipped with regards to culturally relevant and responsive pedagogy. And so slide 15, and so engaging and gathering input and stakeholders and a laser-like focus on equity are very critical parts of the work we're doing to reopen schools. So I wanted to give you all of that context before now talking about the plan that we are focused on per what the state released, the options that we have with regards to reopening schools. So on slide 16, please. So what questions do you have about what you've heard and any considerations that come to mind that we should keep in mind for continued planning?
Go ahead.
Mr. Atherton, you go ahead, and Ms. Smiley, you be right after Mr. Atherton.
Sorry, I didn't know if we were doing hands or not.
No, it's okay.
So Dr. Felder, I appreciate your, very upfront showing our data and making sure everybody understands where we are and why we're doing all these things we're doing. The only feedback I would give is, how do we ensure we communicate this and these things with, our families and community? Have we posted this on the equity page to let families see that? Or, that's all I worry about, is because a lot of feedback I get, and I know there's, giving, the lockdown we're in, if you will, and the stay at home, it's hard to have these communications in person, but can we post these on our equity page or something to help just reinforce it?
Absolutely. We are, and Dr. can certainly chime in. Our goal is to post all of this information, and our goal is to convene community stakeholder groups around this information. I had an opportunity to present Sunday before last, so I continue to look for opportunities to get in front of the community, and oftentimes they're shocked. Oftentimes I hear, didn't know that, didn't know it was that bad. It is. the only way that I know I'm preaching to the choir right now, you all know, although I know that there are community members who may be listening in or viewing this board meeting. So hopefully they're getting the information as well. But we've got to take it outside of King Street. We've got to rally this entire community, because it will take the entire community to change the trajectory of where our data is and has been for our students. So Dr. Killing, did you want to chime in with regards to future plans? Again, there's been somewhat of a pause only because of the pivoting with regards to our response to COVID-19, but we've not taken our eye off of equity. Now, communicating the equity concerns and issues in the district have been on pause, but in terms of the website, et cetera, but we're getting there. And we didn't have a PIO, so we have one now, and we're in a better position to really start getting this information out. But just posting it on the website is not going to be enough. Not everyone goes to our website. So we know we've got to take it to the streets. We've got to meet with groups and take this to the community, use our faith-based community, and anyone that will listen and give us an opportunity. We plan to take the message to them and then work with them to, in a collaborative way, partner around this work. Because as I said, this is community work. You talk about it takes a village. It does take a village. It absolutely does. And this is an example of that. So Dr. Keeling, did you have anything you wanted to chime in on?
Yeah, I was just going to say just what you said, Dr. Felder, that now that we have Ms. Stowe, she and I have been working on getting the equity page updated. I have not liked it since I was in my interview. I said something about it, but we're working on it. That data that's down at the bottom will be moved out, and this will be put in, but it'll be more of, this is our baseline data. This is not us being proud of like, oh, this is where we are or whatever. It's like, this is where we are, and now we're going to be able to show on the website and in other places where we're going and how we're going to move that data. So thank you for that. I'll make sure it definitely gets on there though.
All right, thanks. Thank you both.
Ms. Smiley was next, and then I see you, Ms. Hauser, as well. I'm not seeing her camera on, so why don't you go ahead, Ms. Hauser, and then we'll get back to her when she returns.
Well, my question is, this data is sobering, but now how has COVID affected it? And how has COVID affected how we're going to respond to it? Because I would think some of those gaps look even worse, or some of those disparities look even worse. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, your point is very well taken. We don't know exactly what the impact has been because we've not been able to assess our students. However, we anticipate, given what we know, given the feedback from our families. We heard that, I forgot what the percentage was, but number of families are feeling like their children are learning less. And those were just the families who responded. So we can only imagine what the impact of COVID-19 has been on student achievement, particularly in the area of literacy. So, but later on in this presentation, we'll talk about things, ways or strategies we have in mind to provide more support to our centered students.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Smiley.
Oh, Jesus, can you hear me? So sorry. My internet is going out, and so I'm on my phone hotspot. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this should be reliable where I am. Okay. One just reflection I'm having from all of this is when we talk about centered students and some of that literacy data and the challenges in connecting with families, particularly Latinx families, and I know we have some focus groups, I believe, planned, particularly for the Latinx community, but it's striking me just the need to figure out some just new strategies to figure out how to get those voices into the conversation. So I think focus groups are one. Another one I would offer is, you know, I think it's been really powerful when we've heard from our students, when we've heard from, you know, our high school students, but I'd say even younger students, about their own experiences and potentially engaging with students also as a pathway to engaging with their parents and guardians, just as a way to sort of bring in more of that perspective about what the barriers and challenges are, what the opportunities are, what the assets are, and what the experiences are. So I just offer that as just really seeing in the things you've talked about so far, a need to figure out some new solutions there.
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Smiley. Our points well taken. Know that we do have plans to have focus groups with students. I had actually started that prior to COVID-19, but will, and so that's will be scheduled. So we are going to continue that. With regards to our Latinx families and community, we are working with two of the organizations that are supporting our Latinx families as another way to partner and engage with our Latinx community. I do believe that bilingual family outreach liaison position that will be in every elementary school is going to be critical, not only for the Latinx community, because as I've shared with the board, they're not the only community that's saying that they need a liaison. They need someone to help them navigate the school district and understand. So the good news is that, you know, a part of our PIO's work, we abbreviate her title to PIO, but a very big part of her work is around engaging the community. And that means all of the community. And so in collaboration with Dr. Keeling, Chief of our Equity Office and other departments in the district, we have plans to ramp up our efforts to engage our families, particularly the families that we've not been able to engage or for any number of reasons previously. And so again, this is village work. We need every member of the village to be part of the work. And oftentimes you are not part of the work for any number of reasons, but it's because you don't have, you need someone to maybe outreach to you. Sometimes it's because we, you know, want folks to come to us, but we need to push out and get outside of these four walls and go to where the people are and hear from them and engage them and invite them to the table. And so we've got lots of ideas around how to do that, and we continue to welcome ideas and feedback from the board.
Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate the creativity so far. And, you know, if this doesn't work, well, let's try this other thing. I appreciate everything that the cabinet and everyone is doing to think creatively about how to reach everyone.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions before we proceed? All right. So you have all of that context. And so, Mr. Jones, if you can move to slide 17. So what are Orange County Schools' options for reopening schools? So as you know, on June 10th, the North Carolina Education and Health officials released this document, Lighting Our Way Forward, North Carolina's Guidebook for Reopening Public Schools, this long-awaited document. It lists 3 possible plans for how public schools will reopen in August. But as you know, a final decision has not yet been made by the governor. So we're still awaiting his decision with regards to how public schools will reopen. And so the next slide is slide 18. This lists the possibilities. And it's, again, the possibilities are divided into 3 plans. I've shared this slide with the board previously, but again, just wanted to revisit it here. So Plan A, this is the plan that is most like our traditional plan. We're not in, well, we would love to open under Plan A. We're not holding our breath or crossing our fingers because it likely won't happen. But in this scenario, schools will open as normal with minimal social distancing at 100% capacity. So we're fully open with enhanced health protocols. In Plan B, schools will open with moderate social distancing and will be required to operate with no more than 50% capacity. Only half of what a school could typically hold in terms of students and staff, we won't be able to exceed half of the total. And there will be health protocols with increased requirements will be required here as well. And in Plan C, in this one, schools will suspend in-person classes and will operate through remote learning for all students. So every district must have a plan for all three. At this time, we are focused on planning for Plan B, and which is, again, where we're open, but at 50% capacity with enhanced health protocols, and Plan C, which is remote learning. Next slide, please. And so to dive deeper into Plan B, which is blended learning, know that Plan B is a more restrictive plan than Plan A. School facilities are open, but with social distancing, which is required. Limit in terms of their limits with regards to density of people, no more than 50%, enhanced health protocols, and blended learning for all. So that's a combination of remote instruction, or as we are now calling it, connected learning or blended learning, and in person. So it's a bit of both. Next slide, please. So what are the 6 options? So within Plan B, there are 6 options. And so what are the 6 options within Plan B? Those 6 options are lettered A to F. The first one is option A, that's grade span, grade level. And so an example of what this looks like would be 100% of elementary students reporting for in-person, 100% of middle school students reporting for in-person instruction, and all high school students remote. And the reason for that is because we would need to, in keeping with less than 50%, no more than 50% density, we would need space. And so the elementary students would need to span out into middle schools, middle school students would need to span out into high schools, and therefore high school students would have to work all of their instruction, or most of it would certainly have to be remote. In option B, that's the alternating days option. So here would be, it could be by one day or multiple days. So students would be in cohorts and they would report on certain days for in-person instruction and have remote instruction on other days. Option C is similar to option B. The difference is that you are alternating based on weeks and not days. Option D is a half-day rotation. And so in this option, students are again put into groups, cohorts or groups, and half of the, one group comes in the morning and then go home half day, then we bring in the next half and they go home in the afternoon. So that's pretty much what option D is about. Option E is synchronous. And so in this option, it is not virtual, meaning it's not a virtual program. What it means is that while you have some kids, say half of your school is in person, any students who need to be home, either, you know, it's their day to be home because of remote learning, or they are homebound, teachers are live streaming so that they are getting synchronous instruction. And then option F, one of my colleagues dubs that the get out of jail free option. It's the hybrid option. So it's where you can cobble together from option A to E a plan. And so option F is just a hybrid of all the other options. Next slide, please. And so what were the major challenges and needs considered? And so by major challenges, I mean, what were the themes that came up repeatedly? As I mentioned at the top of this part of the presentation, we've gotten information, gathered input from families staff community in a variety of ways. And so there was some running themes in that feedback, in that information, and that we would need to consider. And so these challenges were pressure tested through those 6 options that I just reviewed, those 6 options within Plan B. So the initial pressure testing was facilitated by extended cabinet, and then the 60+ member task force, then principals, assistant principals, and other staff. And these are just some of those major challenges, the need for regular deep cleaning and disinfecting. And so while in that in-person setting, there would be a custodian assigned to constantly wiping down, disinfecting high-touch surfaces, there's still a need to go deeper and to ensure that there's deep cleaning and deep disinfecting. So we had to keep that in mind. We had to keep in mind, again, this less than 50% capacity. So how do you take a school of 500 and bring in half of the kids, and then you've got to factor in staff too, so keep it at 50, no more than 50%. We had to keep in mind what we shared in a previous board meeting about the issues with transportation and the fewer seats, and how do we make that work? We have to keep in mind not having, whether or not we would have enough certified teachers, access to technology in terms of devices and Wi-Fi. You all know that there are some parts of this county, no matter how many hotspots or buses we have equipped with Wi-Fi, there are some students who simply won't be able to access from their home. We know that childcare, that's one of the reoccurring things that we heard from some of our families, concerns about childcare. And while as educators, we don't like to think of ourselves in that way, that's part of what we do. We are, while we're educating students, we're taking care of them. And so we heard that is a challenge for some of our families, and needing more support during remote learning. So, okay, my child may have to have remote learning, but I'm just finding I'm struggling as the adult to provide them with support with regards to remote learning. We've heard about after-school concerns, then students in the same household being on different schedules. So what if I have 2 children and one is in an A cohort and one is in a B cohort? How is that going to work? Meal prep. And so meals, preparing breakfast and lunch for our students is going to look very different than it's looked before. Ensuring, and what was important to us was ensuring, and that we heard from stakeholders too, ensuring in-person instruction. So it's for us, it's not okay for high school students to be remote 100% of the time. It's important, and there's research to back it up, that in-person instruction plays a role, particularly, yes, for our young students, but we believe for all students. And then layered on all of that are budget constraints. So those are the major challenges and needs that we had to pressure test those 6 options through. And here's where we landed. So on slide 22, you will see where we landed. And so first, let me say, with regards to which challenges really bubbled up that would be dubbed like major challenges. So first, let me say that challenges bubbled up in all of it. And that's probably no surprise to anyone, because none of these plans, and I appreciate some of our stakeholders who have acknowledged that. They know, well, we know that there's no plan that's going to work well for every single person. It's just not. So none of these plans are ideal. So we know that, and that child care and support for students in their remote learning time were common major challenges that bubbled up. Another challenge that's not listed in this chart would be transportation and meal prep. So we know that we're going to have to work through those, and we are in the process of doing that. So again, with regards to option A, major challenges here, we're just not having enough teachers, because again, if we have 100% of our, say, elementary students in, That's great. They're going to need to, which is the next challenge that this one raised, space. So we've got to maybe have half in their elementary schools, and we need the middle schools to put the other half. But that means we need 2 teachers. So where a teacher could provide instruction to, say, 20 students, we now have to have 2 teachers because we need one for 10 because of social distancing and one for the other 10. And then in this option, some of our students would not have in-person instruction, and then the challenge around the time for the deep cleaning and disinfection. With regards to option B, alternating days, the major challenge that bubbled up here was around childcare and support for remote learning days, alternate weeks, pretty much the same as option B. The one difference that bubbled up here was that with alternating weeks, some students would have or could have too much time in between in-person instruction. Again, there's a plethora of research that speaks to why in-person instruction is important, particularly for younger students. The half-day rotation, that one, there's just no way we can pull that one off. It's much like option A. It's almost not a major challenge. It's impossible because again, it would require 4 sets of bus runs versus 2. So you bring one group in, and then you have to take them home, then pick up the second group and then take them home. And then it makes meal prep. We've got to get breakfast and to the first group, and then lunch to the first group, and then lunch to the second group. Just almost impossible to pull that one off. The synchronous learning here is just having the technology in classrooms to facilitate it, as well as the professional development. So just, stop and think about that. And so when we as teachers were prepared to do what we have chosen to do, our chosen profession, didn't come with how to instruct in both environments. And that's a different skill set. And our teachers are becoming proficient in that regard, but there's still professional development. And I think we have survey data that speaks to that from teachers, that's something that they want, and certainly something we know that they need. So, so that's where the challenges, when we pressure tested them, those were the major ones that sort of bubbled up. Next slide. So where did we land? So given our available resources, again, having enough certified teachers, space to have in-person instruction, our plan, et cetera, our plan B will require an alternating schedule, either by day or by week. We can make either one of those happen in order to meet classroom social distancing requirements and work within our available resources. So now I'd like for us to take a closer look at option B with regards to alternating days, and option C, alternating weeks. What will those look like? So slide 24 provides a visual of that. And so let me walk you through it. Students, so with regards to an alternating day, students will be assigned to either group A or group B. Group A students would have in-person learning on Mondays and Tuesdays, so 2 days of in-person learning, and remote instruction on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, so 3 days of remote instruction. Group B students will have in-person learning on Thursdays and Fridays, so they have 2 days of in-person learning as well, and their remote instruction days would be Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays, so they too would have 3 days of remote instruction. Smaller groups of students, and this is where we, I don't know if it was you, Mrs. Hauser, or not, but there was a question around what else are we considering with regards to our centered students? How are we thinking about meeting their needs? We see this as an opportunity that we've not had before in education to really do something innovative and creative. And so on Wednesdays, we're thinking we would bring in those centered students in Group A and centered students in Group B, who need additional support. They would have a half day of in-person instruction on Wednesday mornings, and then Wednesday afternoons would be for teacher PD and planning. The PD that is needed is the ongoing variety, which is the best variety. We know that the drive-by variety of professional development or the one and done variety of professional development is not the best variety. It has to be ongoing. And so that's how we envision Wednesdays. Wednesdays would also be an opportunity for deep cleaning and disinfecting, as well as on Fridays into Saturday. So in this scenario, grab and go breakfast lunches would be provided for students on their remote instruction days. The pros would be having enough teachers. We would have enough teachers in this scenario. Transportation is more doable. We're not doing 4 runs. It's two allows for regular deep cleaning and disinfecting. Schools can operate at the less than 50% capacity, and it ensures in-person instruction for all. The con in this scenario would be the childcare support for remote learning. And and so that is something we are actively looking to mitigate. And we have some thoughts about how we could provide childcare and support for remote learning weeks for some of our families. Wouldn't be able to do it for all, but for some. And so with regards to, next slide, what does an alternating week schedule look like? Well, slides 25 and 26 provide that illustration. Slide 25 shows you what a alternating week would look like in week 1. So here, again, students are grouped into a group A or group B. Students in group A have in-person learning on Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and on Thursday of that week. So they would have 4 days of in-person learning and remote instruction on a Friday, 1 day of remote instruction, while students in group B would have remote instruction Monday through Friday because it's not their week. And so smaller groups of students, again, our centered students needing additional support would receive a half day of in-person instruction on Friday mornings, while the other group A students are learning remotely. And again, Friday afternoons would be used for teacher professional development and planning, as well as Friday afternoons and evenings and Saturdays for deep cleaning and disinfecting. Again, grab and go breakfast and lunch would be provided to students who are in the remote instruction mode, which would be group B in this week 1 example. If you look at slide 26, they switch. So it's now group A's turn to have a week of remote learning. It's group B's turn to have in-person instruction. And again, the centered students in group B would too have the opportunity to have what really will amount to 4.5 days of in-person instruction on Fridays. So now that we have identified and shared that an alternating schedule is the best option, we'd like to get feedback from stakeholders so we can determine if we will be alternating schedules by day or by weeks. And I will certainly give you an opportunity to react and respond and to give us your thoughts and decisions in moving forward. But before I do, I just want to run through, again, to give more context. So we've pressure tested those 6 options. That's where we've landed. We think that an alternating schedule, whether it's by day or week, given the resources we have, needing to stay within or under that 50% capacity, is the best option for us going forward. But with regards to, so what will instruction look like in those scenarios I just described, as shared with the board previously, instruction will be more connected and blended. We're clear on that. again, staff did a phenomenal job of standing up remote learning. And I, again, am grateful for the stakeholders who recognize that and have given us feedback and acknowledged the great work we did, but we know that we can do better in the spirit of continuous improvement, and we must do better. So instruction will be connected, because the notion of connected learning means that it never stops. It can be happen in school, at home, in the community. So our upgrades for learning are in the process of being made in the areas of curriculum, in the area of instruction, and in the area of a learning environment. And the next 3 slides speak to that. You've seen these slides before, but just to revisit them and recap them. So in the area of curriculum, we are shifting from choice boards. We are shifting from asynchronous only, or mostly. We are shifting from focusing on previously taught content and no grading to blended curriculum that works well in person as well as remotely. It should be seamless. So we're working on that. And one of the other things would be the new content, so students having access to new content, and grading will return in this school year. On slide 29, it speaks to the upgrades with regards to instruction. And so I believe it was Dr. Gammon spoke to the feedback we got with, hey, too many management platforms. It's just too much. And so we will have one learning management platform and a number of learning pathways. So that is another upgrade for this school year. And then with regards to the environment, there are upgrades from no face-to-face. None of that happened since March 16th, when schools were closed for instruction. Hopefully we will have the opportunity in that blended environment, certainly if conditions are right with regards to COVID-19, we will have opportunity for face-to-face instruction and be able to get at all the things that you see in this slide to the right. So again, more connected, blended learning. These next 2 slides, again, are slides that you've seen previously. They're just samples of what schedules could look like at the elementary level. The purpose for sharing them then and sharing them now is that they look different than what was offered in the spring. So in the spring, we offered office hours, and some teachers were able to go above and beyond that. But this school year, the schedule will look pretty similar to the traditional schedule with regards to a child's day. So this is what this connected remote learning schedule would look like when students are in that mode. At the elementary level, slide 32 speaks to what it will look like or could look like at the secondary level. And then with regards to, I'm almost done. I know you have some comments. So with regards to, you may be thinking about, well, what are the health and safety precautions? So thanks a lot, Dr. Felder, for sharing with us what options within Plan B the district thinks will work best given the challenges and needs in the district. And good to know what the how the instruction will be different, but what will be in place with regards to in-person learning as it relates to health and safety. This slide just speaks to some of the things that we will need to adhere to, both for our students and staff. And so I'm not going to read them to you, but you see them here. But one of the things I would highlight that will be very different for students will be no sharing of supplies. And so just think about that. That's what we do. We share crayons, we share pencils, we share paper, we share our scissors. That's what we do. And so we are going to have to work with our students, the support that will be needed in helping them to make this shift. But we want to get that information out early. We have PSAs that we are planning in other ways to engage and inform community, things that families can begin doing before the August 17th start date to help get their children ready. So there's a lot of work to be done with regard to that, but these are just some of the health and safety precautions that will be in place for next year. So on slide 34, we're here. Board, what questions do you have with regards to what you heard? The second bullet there is where we need a decision from you with regards to the initial pressure testing and vetting that we did of the 6 options within Plan B. We'd like to move forward with now getting stakeholder input. So just as we explained to you how we landed on option B and option C within Plan B, alternating days, alternating weeks, we want to explain that to the community and then get their feedback. Again, realizing that none of the options are ideal and none of the options are going to work best. But these are the 2, given our resources, we think will work best. So we need you to make a decision there. And last but not least, any considerations that we should keep in mind for continued planning.
Ms. Doyle.
Thank you, Dr. Felder. I'm very impressed with all of that planning. I have a question about the centered students, and I like the plans to address the gaps that we know we have and that will likely be greater. I have a question about how do you, is that something that's optional for families? How do you communicate who's identified and how do you invite the students who are centered students into those extra classroom times and how does that work logistically in terms of what if a family that wouldn't be identified as in a centered subgroup desires that for their child? How do you logistically provide additional instruction time for centered students?
Yeah, so thank you. That's a great question. And that's one that we will need to really iron out. We believe it is doable. We look to Denver, and thank you, Mrs. Smiley, for pointing Denver out to us in terms of their website. But while we were there, we certainly delved into some of their ideas. And so I can't tell you specifically what that will look like. I will say it will be data driven. And so we do have data on our students from before schools closed. Those data were used to invite students to participate in our summer jumpstart program, which you'll hear about later on in this presentation. And so it will be a combination of that, any additional data that we collect at the beginning of the year possibly, but we just know that the gaps are likely wider. We know that there were gaps before or pre-COVID-19 gaps now that have widened, and we have to identify those students and provide additional support. Later on in the presentation, we have other ideas. So besides what you've seen in this particular, this portion of the presentation, we have other ideas and strategies that we can use to engage our centered students in particular. Again, because when you think about equity, so equity is about giving kids who need more opportunity. And so we certainly plan to do that for our students who maybe are already achieving. And there are opportunities in their daily schedule that would provide for them. So this is not I don't want anyone to think this is a win or lose. This is about equity and giving students what they need. And we have students who are at a disadvantage from an academic standpoint. And we've got to give them more in order to close the gaps.
Thank you, Dr. Felder. Mr. Atherton and then Ms. Stevens.
Dr. Felder, so one of the questions I have on the alternating schedule is just trying to understand just one level below, if you don't mind. And the question I have is, when we talk about Group B being remote, is the teacher physically having kids in the class and teaching a remote class simultaneously? Or are we talking that there's going to be a separate teacher for remote or a TA? Or could you just give a little more insight? I'm trying to put this together in my mind on how that physically works from a teacher standpoint, the student, the parent.
So, Mr. Atherton, now you understand what we're up against.
Yes, that's why I'm asking.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking.
That's what we're
I'm trying to
working through
figure
too.
this out.
So, okay, let me explain. So, so working remotely, here's what we endeavor. We endeavor to, in addition to option B and C, which are the alternating schedules, we also endeavor to implement the live streaming portion. Now, and so we believe we will have the technology to do that. We may not be able to start that portion exactly on August 17th, given what technology we have in place. And that's a skill set that teachers will need to develop. How do you have students in front of you in person, and you have students on who are accessing remotely? And so that's one way that we are hoping to get at it, but much like we have previously with remote learning, the state has defined what remote learning can entail. It may entail some asynchronous learning. It could entail, again, synchronous learning, either through the teacher who's in the classroom with instructing students in person, also being able to pivot and include the students who are remotely. It could also be other staff who are engaging those the students who are in remote learning. So there are a number of ways. We need to sort all of that out, and that's what we are in the process of doing.
All right, thank you. I knew there probably wasn't an easy answer for that.
No, sir.
I do
No,
have
sir.
a few other questions, and I'll just ask maybe, or just give feedback to one, and then I'll let others speak. As we're going through this, the other thing that comes to my mind on these alternate days and alternate weeks is just keeping in mind teachers with students and teacher with non-age students and childcare, right? Because a lot of time we talk about childcare in the sense of our students and what they can do, but I don't want to forget about our teachers that have this challenge as well, and trying to figure out, because they're gonna, if they're in the classroom and they have a young student and there's no childcare available, so anyway, that's my only comment is let's be front and foremost with the teachers as well on what we're going to do about those.
Oh, absolutely. We are working on that. We are looking at ways and developing strategies for how we might mitigate childcare concerns, not only for our families, but for our teaching staff. And a lot of them are our families too, meaning they live in this county, work in this county, and we certainly have to, are keeping them in mind as well. We are, Melanie Stowe, our PIO, Richard Lewis who is working with her, is leading that effort, reaching out to, because we need space. Where might there be spaces that we can provide childcare, but childcare with instruction. So, and again, we wouldn't be able to do that for all of the families who may need that. And so we'll have to develop a process and a protocol for giving access to that service if we're able to provide it. So we're talking to Boomerang. We have already begun to look into how we could mitigate childcare.
Okay, thank you. I'll step back and let other board members ask questions, and then I'll come back to mine.
Okay, Ms. Stevens and then Ms. Moore.
Yes, so as it relates to health and safety, if a student's temp is taken and COVID is suspected, they have those symptoms, what do you do with that student? Where do you put that student?
Yeah, that's a good question, Mrs. Stevens. I'm going to invite either Dr., or actually both can jump on, our new Chief Operations Officer, Dr. Danny Williams. He's on the call and or in the meeting, and Ms. Sarah Pitts. I think they can speak best to, but there is a protocol, what happens when a student is showing symptoms. Dr. Williams or Mrs. Pitts?
Yes. I think I have both unmuted now. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
We hear you.
Okay, so if the temperature is observed when the student walks into the building, of course, we know that the infrared non-touch thermometers have a bit of air on them. So that student would then be directed off to the side where they could sit for a few minutes, potentially cool down, or at least let the surface of their forehead cool down, and temperature would be taken again. If that child then is showing symptomatic, they would be taken to the nurse. If there is anything on their attestation form which does not comply with our recommendations to enter a building, they would be pushed to the nurse also, where she can do a more thorough, in-depth question with that student to determine if these are symptoms related to COVID or if they're just potentially the child has an allergy. If it occurs during school, the child will be sent to the nurse. If the nurse determines that yes, they are COVID-like symptoms, we are developing isolation rooms, which is a healthy room inside of our buildings where students who are developing those symptoms can be placed. Each one of those rooms will be monitored by a nurse. They have an exterior window. They will be thoroughly cleaned when that child leaves so we can just push all the air out. And we will also have air purifiers with HEPA and carbon filters set up inside those rooms in order to clean the air. The parent will then be contacted right away to come pick that child up. The child will not be allowed to go through the rest of the building, but would have to remain in that room monitored by the nurse until the parent could get there.
Thank you very much. That's what I was hoping to hear about the isolation room, because I've heard of that in other districts. Thank you so much.
Ms. Moore, did you have a question?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. Dr. Felder, so with the alternating schedules or the return to school plan, will the professional development be continual for the students and families?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Actually, on Fridays, that would be another opportunity to push out professional, I don't know if that's the right term to use for families, but yes, it will be ongoing. Absolutely. Mhm.
Okay. And my other, well, I guess more concern for some of our students in special education, they sometimes require structure. So I'm just wondering how the alternating schedules may affect them. I don't know if we have something in place that will help those students and their families with transitioning and adjusting to the possible alternating schedules.
Yes, I don't know if Mrs. Crimmins, who is our Director for Exceptional Children, is in the meeting. If she is, I would ask her to chime in, because there's lots of planning underway to ensure our centered students, our EC students, are needs are met. One of the strategies I can tell you about would be we're thinking that our students who are in a special settings, that they would have 5 days of in-person instruction, again, through the lens of equity, giving kids who need more. That is something that she and her team are planning on. Mrs. Crimmins?
Yes, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Oh, well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to speak on this. It is something that my leadership team and I have been working and thinking about and problem solving around since March 13th. So we have come to the decision that it is best for our students who are in separate settings, who have the most complex needs, to come back a full 5 days every day. And that will provide the continuity, that will provide that in-person teaching for them. Because as I have stated, if a student has complex needs such as they are deafblind or their autism impairs their ability to learn so much that, you know, the parent is not able to keep them online. We just feel that, well, and we've talked with other districts that in-person learning is the needed plan. For students who are not in separate settings, we have to look there, each student individually, because there are some students in the general education program who may need more than just the 2 days. But again, that is going to be on a case-by-case basis. But for our students who are who receive special education services within the general education population, we will go ahead and adhere to the options of an A group and a B group, but again, consider each student's unique needs in light of the current circumstances. And does that answer the question, or are there further?
Thank you, Ms. Crimmins. That answered my question.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Hauser, and then Ms. Doyle, and then Ms. Smiley. Sorry.
Well, I just have to say that I need to take a few breaths anytime because it's such a big so thank you for this. So I have like questions, like kind of big ones and more basic ones. But in this decision to go to options B or C, did we, and I understand all the challenges that we tried to circumvent, but did we look at any of the benefits of doing certain choices? You know, the intuitive one for an outsider who's not in the middle of this like you is, do we bring the younger kids back? If we could get around the obstacles, do we bring the younger kids back full time and leave the other kids out just to, because we could provide more continuous learning, better structure, yeah, whatever. But did we consider the benefits of certain choices to our overarching goals of achievement and equity?
We absolutely did. We absolutely did. You know, to your point about younger students versus older students, we, you know, again, the research is clear about the benefits of the in-person. And while certainly it speaks to, especially for younger students, when we look at our data, so we again, considered our context here. You know, our data tells us that our students at the secondary level need in-person instruction as well, and they would benefit as well. And so how do we ensure that they have access to? So yes, we did.
Okay, and okay. Then on the A-B cohorts, how do we decide who's in A and who's in B?
Yeah, we will need to figure that out. And one of the things we'll have to keep in mind in figuring that out are families with multiple children. And so one of the ways that another district is getting at that is, and so just know there's a lot of sharing of ideas. Good. Time to do that. This is it. And good. So one strategy that another district is using is sorting by or grouping by alphabetically. And while children could be in the same household with different last names, we stand a better chance of perhaps ensuring that students with the same last name are in the same group. So that's one of the strategies that we're looking at. Yeah.
Okay, so we haven't decided so yet.
No,
all
we're
right.
working for that.
And then the third on the learning platform, we said we've not quite set the learning platform yet. And this goes back to the question about dates. When is our date that we'll have that decision, and how does that tie to then the decision to start training people on it, training parents on it, all that stuff? So what's that? And maybe that goes back to your schedule.
Yeah, so we do have a date. And Dr. Gammon, if you know what that date is offhand and want to share it, that's fine. But we do have dates with regards to launching the professional development for staff, for families, for even our students. And so all of that is laid out. Dr. Gammon, I don't know if you want to add anything with regards to platforms. And we are going to use Canvas, which is the platform that we already have in existence in the district. My understanding is that some teachers were more adept with Canvas than others, but we have identified that platform as the platform that we'll all need to use. So there's professional development that will be needed. And even for teachers who are more adept or familiar with Canvas, there may be some tools and resources in Canvas that they are not familiar with. So there'll be layers of and different gradations of professional development that will be provided.
Yeah, Dr. Felder, I would say one additional thing as far as Canvas, we do have it prepared as far as professional development with most of our staff being 10-month employees. We're going to go ahead and release professional development options that they can opt into kind of on their own accord at this time because it's not really mandated in the month of July necessarily, but when we get to August 1, especially, that would be a time where from a school lens, it would be more of a functioning mandated process. And one good thing about Canvas is we can train teachers on Canvas itself while also training them on blended learning best practices, social emotional learning best practices through Canvas as that hub. So we're really getting at all of our focus areas through that one piece, which is really great for us as far as time once we get to the month of August.
Ms. Doyle, did you have questions?
I did, and maybe this is something that gets addressed by the task force of the stakeholders, but just wondering about comparing the alternating days and alternating weeks. I imagine you're considering, it seems like there could be benefits to the alternating weeks in terms of regimen and also symptoms of students. When students are either there or home for longer periods of time, does it simplify what you're trying to monitor?
Thank you for that question. As Ms. Pitts, I'm going to ask you to jump back in here, but certainly in both scenarios, we would be able to, there are opportunities for the needed deep cleaning and disinfecting. So we, in both scenarios, one may have an edge, and that would be by week. And again, because we are keeping the same group of kids together for a full week versus a group A and a group B on group A on some days, group B on some days. But we built in opportunity in between those groups for deep cleaning. So they are about the same with regards to deep cleaning and disinfecting. We don't have any concerns with regards to our ability to do that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Ms. Smiley, did you have questions?
I do have some questions. A number of them have already been asked. Okay, so the question about, I had been wondering, because I know that Durham has decided to do high school as virtual and the bring the other kids back in person. And so I know that there is research that in-person instruction is better. The piece about what I am curious whether we looked at bringing back at some trade-offs between number of days that high school students, for example, or others were in person, and things like even bringing back K2 100% and having, one teacher's classroom spread across 2 adjoining rooms and having a teacher's assistant in one and a teacher in the other, and the teacher could move back and forth or something like that. Whether there's anything in our capacity, whether we considered something like that, and anything in our capacity that would, on my mind, I mean, really is, in order for any at-home learning to work, you have to have, really, for the younger grades, you have to have an adult who is there supervising. So we're calling it childcare, but really we're talking about like the kid's ability to learn at home. And even though I am a former teacher and work from home normally, like my ability to supervise while I'm doing my job is really limited. So I'm worried about my own kids' ability to do that. They will not be in K2. But so my question is, have we looked at bringing back any of those even younger grades where they need the most supervision 100%? Is there any way to do it?
So again, a good question, Mrs. Smiley. We looked at a number of different options and scenarios, and given the resources that we have and given our data, we landed where we have. We can certainly go back and look at it all again, but we do think that this is the best plan for the district, for our students. The alternating schedule or week. And we certainly realize that, there are students who are going to need more. And so you heard about how we will build those in to the alternating day, alternating week schedule. But we also have some other ideas that we haven't shared yet that we will be sharing in terms of how we can provide additional instructional time. So, and with regards to the childcare, it's not childcare for the sake of childcare, but what we're hoping to mitigate would be able to provide to those families most in need on those remote learning days would be an opportunity to have staff who can, while it's a remote learning day, so it could be a TA in that example. But we would have that TA helping to facilitate learning for students while also, supporting them with regards to caring for them. But yes, we looked at a number of different models, and I can certainly reach out to Durham and learn more about why they selected what they did. But I think what you're going to find is that every district, and I know this is not going to come as a surprise to you, in terms of their needs are unique, and our data is also driving the decisions that we're making. And so we're just not comfortable with students being virtual or remote for any great length of time. That would be of concern to us, given our data and the needs of students at that level. So it's both ends that we're trying to address.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And just thinking about the sheer number of certified teachers you'd need at the K-8 level if they all came back at once.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me that that's a constraint. I'm wondering if there's a narrower slice that we might look at and see if there's a way, if we have capacity in the elementary school buildings and have enough TAs or something like that. Another question, well, just a reaction to the part day or alternating days, alternating weeks, and the idea of the sort of live streaming classrooms. I guess my overall reaction is, I think we should get massive teacher input into both that decision and the design of how to make whichever one we pick, how to design the time to make it work, like mass teacher input. I'm thinking about teachers planning, their scope and sequence and how the flow of a week goes in a classroom in terms of the learning objectives and things, and how it actually, to my mind, could be helpful to have a week of students in, a week of students out, and you could you could sort of have that small group focused in-person time with that small group of students, and then have students continue, doing sort of a remote version, alternating versus sort of in and out. I have been in meetings at work where there's a meeting happening in a room and I'm one of the people on the computer and there's some people on the computer and like you just are not able to engage in the same way, get the same feedback, any of those things. So I'm having sort of a reaction and a preference to which of those, but I think it would actually be most helpful to have just really massive teacher involvement, optionally because they're not required to work in helping figure out how either of those would work and in which one of them would actually instructionally work best. If we move from, so not I forget which is called options and which are called plans. If we move from 50% capacity to totally virtual, how does this approach, whatever approach we're working, how does it switch over to that? Is it, and would the virtual version of this be the same or different than the virtual academy? And I know we have not gotten to that part of the presentation yet, but is it the same or is it something different? I'll stop the question there and just,
So, I'm sorry, your question is.
So if let's say we start the year in Plan B, 50% capacity, and COVID spikes and we have to go totally remote. Are those students doing the same thing on the same platform, doing the same stuff that the students who are doing virtual, let's say all year, doing? Are they all engaging on the same platform, or are these like basically two very different tracks that families would be on?
Well, there are similarities with regards to the standards, and you'll hear more in just a moment about the virtual academy. Lots of updates there, so it's the same standards. The curriculum is different, and so if we start in, say, Plan B, and then at some point need to switch into remote, then what the students were doing in person, the curriculum will be blended and should very easily or more seamlessly transition into blended. It shouldn't be, herky-jerky type of experience. And so, that's the work that's happening now. And then again, you'll hear more about what the virtual will look like. That is a different platform. And again, same standards. So there are some similarities with regards to that, but we are using a curriculum that is through a vendor. While we are also developing our own. So you'll hear when Dr. Dawson provides an update that we should have and always have. So again, this was an opportunity that was birthed out of COVID-19. And so it would always be good for the district to have its own ability to run its own virtual program. We're not there yet. In order to do that, you need curriculum that works well. All the courses need to be available in a virtual format, and we don't have that yet. It's being developed, but we hope within a year or so that we will be able to have our own. So more details about virtual to come.
Okay.
So Sarah, was that the end of your questions?
I might have one more, but I think I'm going to.
Okay. I'm going to ask a couple, and then maybe we can circle back to second questions. I know Mr. Atherton had a couple also. So my question is, and this may just be sort of a consideration if you don't have an exact answer for it. One of the things that's on my mind is if a child has symptoms, I have elementary school students, and sometimes one of them will get a runny nose or a cough, and it will literally last a month. And the question is, are we going to allow students like that to be in school with symptoms? And if not, if they are, in the A cohort, but it's an A week and they're sick, can they learn remotely, even though their cohort is technically in person? Is there going to be a maximum amount of sick days? And also, how are we going to work sick days for teachers? Because I know that those are things that are limited under regular circumstances, and certainly we don't want teachers with symptoms of COVID in our buildings. So I'm that's on my mind, and hoping you could speak to that a little bit.
So again, I'm going to ask Mrs. Pitts to jump in here with regards to symptoms. I would say it depends on what the symptoms are. There are, certain symptoms would trigger a certain response. So, but with regards to sick days, that is something that I don't know if Ms. Cunningham Brown can speak to that, but we are certainly going to and are looking at how all of that works. So, Ms. Cunningham, did you want to speak to sick days? Anything that you can shed light on with regards to that? And with regards to symptoms, Mrs. Pitts, do you have any additional comments?
You're on mute. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. I have both on mute just in case.
Great.
Yes, our nurses have been working diligently with the health department to look at symptom tracking and to make sure that we're up to date on all current symptoms and which symptoms would occur first in the cycle as opposed to potentially later. And they will be sitting down and talking to each student if they come in symptomatically, and talking to parents too, to ensure that if your child is someone who's asthmatic, if they're allergic to potentially a grass, that we are having those talks and we're in communication to ensure that may not be what's impacting your student before we send them home and state that they're a potential COVID case. Also, we want to ensure that we're having those talks to prevent any potential bullying or social emotional, which may occur with a particular student just because they do have allergies, in working with their cohorts to ensure that we are prepared to handle all of those events.
Thank you.
Okay, and I don't know if Mrs. Cunningham Brown is on in the meeting, and so we can get back to you with regard to how sick leave is being addressed. We know
That's great.
Have sick leave, and we will certainly provide an update.
Okay, perfect. So if Ms. Smiley or Mr. Atherton had any additional before we move on.
I do. So just a couple of questions, Dr. Felder, more in the area of the safety and security, like Ms. McKenzie was asking, is if someone is exhibiting the symptoms and they're part of a family, how will that work? Are there's the case before they're tested and there's the case after they're tested, right? Or we, I don't want to have the conversation here because we don't have all the data, but I think it's one that we need to be very prescriptive on how we handle that case that, somebody's tested positive and they're in a family. How do we handle that as a district? Or they're suspected, how does that work? And then the second part of it is, if we have a case at a school, what is our contact tracing going to be? How are we notifying parents on this person has had contact or not had contact? And then, what happens to the families on notifying, hey, the schools has a case, it's going to be closed for some duration. I know that's stuff we need to work on, but I know these are questions that a lot of people are asking. And, I want to make sure we have something prepared as we go through the opening and we're ready to say, here's what we'll do if this happens.
Yeah, points well taken, and know that we are working with all of the health experts. We've received guidance and support around that. Our recommendation would be maybe at the next board meeting to really focus on the health and safety. We've done a lot in this meeting around the learning component, but maybe to go deeper with regards to health and safety precautions and what all that will look like. And going more in depth there would be helpful. But in the interim, Mrs. Pitts, if you have anything you want to share at this time, by all means.
Yes, we would continue working with our symptom and case tracking like we are right now with the health department. and we would pull them in for their guidance on potential exposures, whether or not those were a direct exposure, and we would follow all of their quarantine recommendations for staff. As far as notification, it depends on the exposure to whether or not it may be a potential classroom closure or a whole building closure, and we would work with them and the equity department to make sure that any notification that was sent out to absolutely everyone who needed to be involved, and it was done so in a way that everyone had access to it.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone have any additional feedback? Ms. Stevens?
Yeah, just for our next meeting, Dr. Felder and Sarah, would you just let us know how many cases in a particular school would we have before we shut it down? You know, one maybe no, but will it take 2 or 3 cases before we shut it down? That's just for the next, I know you're not ready for it now, that's what you said, but I am just, because I believe this would happen. And I just need to know, I think the board would like to know how many cases do we need to have before we shut a school down? Thank you.
Sure.
So I think at this time, I know that I am comfortable with staff moving forward with getting stakeholder input on option B and C. And I just wanted to plan B's option B and C. Is there anyone on the board that has an issue with staff looking into that? Okay, it looks like we will move forward with that then.
Thank you. All right, so at this time, I'd like to introduce our new Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Kathleen Dawson. Dr. Dawson has been working with Dr. Gammon, who you've heard from already, Executive Director for Curriculum and Instruction, and Mrs. Connie Crimmins, Director of Exceptional Children, who you've also heard from as part of this presentation. Dr. Dawson has been working with them to further explore and finalize plans for establishing a virtual academy here in Orange County Schools. And so at this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to her. And yeah, so Dr. Dawson.
Welcome, Dr. Dawson. We're thrilled to have you.
Thank you so much, Ms. McKenzie. Thank you, Dr. Felder. Thank you, Chair McKenzie, Vice Chair Stevens, and to all of the board members. This is truly an honor to be able to work with the great OSC team here and to serve the families and community. It's already been a wonderful working experience. We have a great team, and I look forward to sharing with you the work that we've been doing to provide families another option. And so, Mr. Jones, if you wouldn't mind, please presenting back the slide. Yep, and then if we go to the first slide, virtual program. So even with all that we have just shared and all of the considerations that the school district is working to ensure the safety of our students and our staff, we also understand that there still may be some families that will not feel comfortable in sending their children back to school, and that we may also have staff who, for whatever reason, with their health or not, that they also may not be able to return. And so we really wanted to create another option in an effort to try to meet as many needs of our community as possible. And so we're taking a look at creating an Orange County Schools virtual academy. And what this will allow is for our students to stay enrolled at their school, but be able to attend virtually and to stay home. And instead of having to come, regardless of the A day, B day, or week A, week B rotation, they would still be able to participate with their school. And should there be any other extracurricular activities, or once things get into a better space, that if there's any athletics for our students, that the students will still be able to participate with their home school. And it will also allow an opportunity as situations change for them to also return to school if they feel that it's safer and they're ready to return. It also gives them that option, and it'll be a much smoother transition than had we created a separate virtual school or different scenario like that. And also for our larger community that may not be current Orange County school students, it would give our homeschool students, our charter and private schools families an option as well if they're also looking for a virtual option to join Orange County schools and be able to participate in this virtual academy. Another benefit to our own virtual academy is that our staff will be the ones that will be teaching our students, and this will not be outsourced to staff with other vendors that do offer outside district teachers. So our students will be able to stay with our staff. Next slide, please, Mr. Jones. And as mentioned previously by Dr. Felder and Dr. Gammon, the curriculum, it takes a lot. And having been an adjunct professor and having to take, a textbook and different in-person curricula and converting it to a virtual curricula, it's not just as simple as saying, you know what, I'm going to now teach this online. It does take a certain level of transitioning and integrating different approaches and styles and material to our regular curriculum for it to be a very robust and engaging online curricula. And so we did look at several different vendor options, including our own Orange County option. And what we decided is that at this juncture, as previously discussed, we as Orange County schools, we're not quite there yet to offer our own curriculum on a virtual platform. It's going to take some more time and training and calibration to really develop a quality program that's going to be very equitable, culturally relevant, as well as the level of rigor that we're looking for, and really creating an opportunity to engage students in their learning process. So that process has started, as Dr. Felder and Dr. Gammon have shared, but we are going to need much more time to have a full, robust curriculum for our whole district. And so for this year, while we're developing that, and we'll continue to do so throughout the year, it's been decided that it's in our best interest and most timely for us to go with an outside vendor. And so if you could go to the next slide, Mr. Jones. The one that we came upon was Edmentum, and they're a leading national organization that works with a number of districts, including a number of them here in North Carolina. And I know that there was some conversation in previous board meetings about the limited number of seats that we would be able to afford should we go to purchasing virtual curriculum. And what I'm happy to report out is what we've been able to negotiate with Edmentum is that what we were thinking previously was about, I want to say about 200 K through 5 seats within this same estimated cost for around 200,000. Well, we were able to negotiate and increase that up to 1,000 seats, open seats for our K through 5 students. And then for our 6th through 12th graders, we would have unlimited seats. And another benefit to going with this particular vendor is that they also provide supplemental programs. And we're actually piloting one this summer called Exact Path. And it's a great tool because it will allow us to conduct a diagnostic of our students. Because we didn't have any spring assessments to really give us the latest data to show where our students are. Exact Path, using that tool, we'll be able to assess where are our students starting at, and based upon that, it will also help provide our teachers some guidelines on where we should be starting for where our learners are. And then we will also be having access to Study Island for our students, which is an online test prep tool. And we're also looking at another program which will be separate from this, but a lot of tools that Edmentum offers to really enhance and support our teachers and being able to do the best on providing an online class. And of course, it does include teacher professional development. And the other piece that was important to us was that, again, looking at one platform for our students and their families to access this software and curricula does integrate with Canvas. So Canvas will be our one-stop shop now as teachers, because we do have very technology savvy teachers, and they also have already been using other tools and such to enhance their teaching. And so they can create links via Canvas for teachers to still have access to those other tools that they may use with their students. And I think one thing, again, it was shared before, but what's really important to reiterate here is that the teachers, even though we're using curricula that we're purchasing from Edmentum, will still be teaching the same North Carolina standards. And so these are the same standards that will be taught in our classrooms by our teachers, should it be whatever option that we go with as far as Plan B. It will be the same standards. It's just the only difference is the curriculum we're using to teach those standards, because what this will allow is a already prepared and packaged online version of these standards. And the estimated cost for all of this is similar to what we quoted before, and this will stay around the $200,000 estimated cost. And yeah, so I just want to make sure I'm sharing all of that with you. And Mr. Jones, if you could please go to the next slide. So just kind of focusing a little bit on our 1,000 seats. At this time, we don't know yet what number, but in an effort to be equitable, to try to get an estimate about, well, what will that mean for the number of virtual seats for each school, we took a proportional percentage. So for each of the elementary schools, their enrollment, what percentage is that of the total K through 5 district enrollment, based on our projected enrollment? And then that's how we came up with these virtual seats. So we would say that Cameron Park, they would have 188 virtual seats, and so on. Yeah, and so I think, it was really important for us, again, going back to that this is not about equality, but equitability, and that's how we calculated. Now, if Mr. Jones, if you could go to the next slide. Yeah, and so here are some samples. Now, again, this is just a suggested schedule of what it could look like, because again, as we finalize this, we would want more teacher input in finalizing what the schedule is. And what we tried to do is create them in grade bands because of attention spans and the number of classes and such. We did do separate grade bands. So here's what a suggested schedule could look like for grades K through 2. And they would have, so this would be a guide for not only our teachers, but for our families to say, okay, kids, you got to get up because, have breakfast, but class starts at 8:15. And then the students then would start with literacy here and then get a break right after, and another class, and then another and so on. The thing to notice that you'll see in all of these sample schedules is that our lunches are 90 minutes, scheduled for 90 minutes, because should our families, need to go to a place to pick up lunch, because we're also working on details of how we would provide breakfast and or lunch to our families that normally would receive those services. And so we are also working on those details, but also giving families and the students and staff that longer lunch break to allow not just for lunch, but also maybe that could be a time where students may be doing some independent research and work, or for the little ones, the teacher might need to have some one-on-one time with a particular student, or some small group times to really make sure that they are connecting with the students and creating more opportunities for engagement. You'll also notice that the students do also have access to their specials. So it's not just about English, math, and science, but also the different specials that would be offered in a typical elementary school. And then here's, if you go to the next slide, Mr. Jones, similar sample schedule for grades 3 and 5. And then if we go to the next one, you'll see one that's for 6 and 8. And then if you go to the next one, it'll be our high school. And then of course our high school, because of their block schedule, just a little bit longer periods of time, but also an opportunity for them to always stay in touch. And there are times, like for instance, at the end of the day, that 30 minutes, that might be a meeting with their counselor, you know, checking the teachers' discussion boards to see some feedback that they've received from the teachers, but also, you know, and it is in each of the schedules, how will we be making sure that we're meeting the needs of our different learners, especially our centered learners as well. So those are some sample schedules. And then on the next slide, we'll take a look at what will the timeline look like. Again, this is a draft timeline because once we receive approval for how we can move forward, we will do a much tighter timeline. Because one of the first things that we are working on is to get some more feedback. And we're trying to create one survey, much more precision survey to get feedback from our families about the Plan B, options A and B, as well as the virtual academy option. And this goes back to where Ms. Hauser was asking earlier, in the sense of, do we know which option that they would choose, which would they prefer? So this is where in this survey we would say, okay, families, here, and then we'd be able to give them some information now, as where in previous surveys we didn't have certain level of details. So here we would inform the families a little bit more about, okay, here's Plan B, what option A and B look like, and what an A day, A week type of alternating schedule would look like. And then here is what a virtual academy option would look like. Families, for each of your children, if you have more than one child in your household, which would you prefer? That, you know, yes, I want to send my student back, and I prefer the week A, week B, because I could actually figure out something for my daycare in that way. Or no, you know what, I actually A day, B day would work better. Or they might say, no, you know what, I'm not ready. Thank you. I really like the virtual academy, and I will choose that. So once we get that survey back, we will have much more detailed information and numbers that we can start planning around better, because we'll get some more feedback from the families of what they would prefer. And we will make every effort, as Dr. Felder has shared previously, to reach every single family and to find out the option for every single student that we have in the district. And whatever that will require to get that feedback, may it be, you know, the email works for one, but if it's text, if it's phone calls, if it's a house visit, whatever it is that we can try to reach as many families as possible, that is what we will do. Because we need this information in order to really be able to buckle down on the rest of the timeline, because as you will see on the timeline here, we to put up an application for families who then will be applying for the virtual academy, and we're trying to make it as easy as possible and accessible as possible. So it could be a link on the school's website. There will be a link in the Reopening Schools website, and we'll try to make, you know, the link to apply as smooth and seamless as possible for families. And then within that first week of August, we'd like to be able to notify families of if they're accepted into the virtual academy or not. Of course, you know, if we're within the numbers, that's an easy yes, everyone's accepted. But if it does, especially for the K-5, exceed that 1,000 limit, then we would have to stick to the proportional virtual seat assignments per school. And then we would do a random selection of those students that are over. And we would ask families to let us know as soon as possible, of course, if they're going to accept or decline, so that we can continue to really do the planning. Because as those numbers shift, we know that in any particular school, a certain number of students will not be a part of that rotation, that also impacts how we plan for the groups of students, that A group and B group, regardless of the alteration of how many and who and all of that. So we do want to try to get through this timeline as expeditiously as possible, because what that will also impact is our staff allotment. Because if in one school we have, say at Cameron Park, we actually have 180 students that are going virtual, then we're going to take a look at first the staffing allotment from Cameron Park to see which of those teachers, number one, was opting to continue to teach virtual because of their reasoning, or we may need some of their teachers to shift to virtual because they have more students that are attending virtually than in person, and then we will have to work with staff and notify them as well. And it may also mean that our staff that might have been assigned to one school may need to be shifted to another school. It all depends on how the numbers play out. So that's why we do need to be able to quickly, so that we can try to be, give families and staff as much forewarning as possible so that they can plan accordingly. And then when we talked about, I might want my child, but within a month after school starts, and I'm like, okay, I thought I could do virtual, I can't do virtual, I need my child to go to school. What we're asking families for planning purposes, but also for what's in the best interest academically for our students, that those changes would happen during the marking, at the end of a marking period. So the student could finish out a class or that grading, and then within that time, so we might know ahead of time, and that is our preference, that we know as soon as parents know that, hey, I need my student to go back to school, or no, I want my student to not, continue to attend, that they understand that we're trying to not break up the child's, learning. So we're trying to make it at natural breaking points, and that would be the grading point, that families could actually shift, opt in or out of the virtual academy. And so when a student is attending a virtual class, they are being taught synchronously. So the teacher is actually there teaching the course, and it's not a student sitting in front of the computer just watching recorded lessons. The aim is to be here synchronous, because everything is already, and that's the benefit of having a vendor provided curriculum, that the teacher will be able to engage with the student synchronously. And of course, that is our best first option. But at the same time, we do have to be mindful that according to the number of students that are showing an interest and at what grade level, if we have limited number of students, say for any particular grade, that it's not enough for what we would consider like a class size, because we do want to mirror the brick and mortar class size as much as possible for teacher to maximize our teachers' capacity. If there was a very, very small class, there may be a combination of asynchronous and synchronous instruction. We wouldn't be able to say that, hey, we're going to guarantee 100% synchronous, because it wouldn't be effective for one teacher to teach a class of 2 students synchronously when we could really use them, for a full class of students. So this is, I think, another great option for our families and staff. And because this is something that is always going to, I think, be a benefit and an add-on for Orange County schools, and that's why we're saying that for future planning, our district and our staff are working on creating our own virtual curriculum, so that we don't have to be dependent on a vendor and have this recurring cost every year. So this is an investment, I think, to help us get set up for another for future. So I just want to make sure I got all the timeline. And then Mr. Jones, if you'd like to get to the next. So what we know right now is that our teacher vacancies, we have 21 total teacher vacancies as of right now, 11 in the elementary, 2 in the and with Dr. Cunningham Brown's and her team's previous work with staff, what we know is that 11 of our staff have identified as being high risk, 5 are at the elementary school, 4 at the middle school, and we have 0 at the high school. So, and then 2 high risk that are non-teachers that have been identified. So this actually is good news in the sense that we have, like for high school, that all our teachers are safe and feeling safe. So this is good news. And at the same time, that if we need more than these 11 teachers because of the number of students interested in virtual academy, this is where we would have to take a look at our staffing allotments in the regular schools to see what shifts need to be made. So next slide, Mr. Jones. And I think what's really important here, just a reminder again, that we are one district. While we may have 13 schools, we must function as one school and be very mindful in making sure that we keep our equity lens on and that we are meeting the needs of our centered groups, because if we do well and we get our centered groups to improve and grow, what's important for the rest of us to remember, especially those who may feel that, wait a minute, I'm not in that centered group. If we are able to get our centered groups, subgroups to improve and grow, that benefits everyone, and that benefits every single student in our district. And that's why, it's really important for us to continue to function as one school. And the next slide. And so here are some of our next steps. And again, as shared before in the survey, we would provide families an update on the 2 options for Plan B. And then we would also give them more information about the virtual academy so that they can make an informed decision when responding on the survey to let us know that they would prefer, what type of transportation needs would they need should they be returning to school. What type of, will they need support with device? Will they need support with lunches? So very specific, more targeted survey that we would be conducting at this time. And we would continue to take a look at our staffing. We would also then doing some marketing so that other families outside of Orange County schools can learn about our virtual academy. And then we're already in the process of creating an online application. And while Mr. Gammon and his team have already started with teacher training, we're also in the process that should we be able to move forward, really pin down these Edmentum's teacher PD so that once our teachers are identified, we'll be ready to go with them. So, and I think I just want to reiterate here that we do have a lot of good data that our team has already collected from previous surveys. And so as we move forward, what we're going to continue to do is very mindful of the information that we receive. But as we're in the spring was a hard pivot to have to react to COVID, what we're doing now is being very mindful about how we are improving the quality of our online learning, to really be mindful of our engagement of all of our students and their families, and to not lose sight that we still need rigor. And so we can't close the gap. We can't improve the statistics that Dr. Felder shared with us without paying attention to those pieces as well. So that's where, a lot of our focus will go, is to make sure that we're providing that quality. And it's been an honor really to work with the Orange County School team members, and it was just like jump on, when you're like the treadmill's going and you just kind of like you gotta know, or like such jumping rope. You got to know when to jump in, but then you got to just keep running and keep jumping. And it's been great. And I've learned a lot from our, working with the team, but we've done a lot. I think it's July 7th. Yes, we've done a lot within a week. So it's great. And so, Mr. Jones, if you do the next slide, I think our next slide, just to kind of recap here. So for our elementary, and here are our options. We have the connected blended learning with the alternating week. And again, we were able to bump that from 200 to 1,000 elementary seats for K-5, which is, I thought that was a pretty nice jump. And then for secondary, same, except that we do have unlimited number of seats for secondary, 6 through 12. And Mr. Jones, next slide. So that's been a lot of information. So do you have any questions that's about anything you've heard so far? And the action and support that we need from the board is, can we finalize plans for implementing the virtual academy? And then if so, what considerations do we need to keep in mind for continued planning?
Mr. Atherton?
Yes, thank you. Well, one, I wanted to say I'm excited to hear about the program because I do believe this is a need we have in our community, especially with people concerned, and also charters and other things that have been going on for years. I think this helps with offsetting those concerns. My first question is, I'm going to go to a different angle on this, is testing. So, as we think about literacy and we start seeing where students are and we're seeing, how we're doing as a district, and these students would be considered part of, say, Eflin Cheeks or Cameron Park, how are those test scores going to be separated so we understand if we see a trend in one area or the other, we can identify and know that, hey, it's not getting mixed in and we can't tell, is it a problem with virtual learning or are we not doing something in the physical environment? Do you know how that will physically work?
So what's great about having the students at the virtual academy be a part of the school is that, yes, their scores, will be in the collective group of that schools. But just like any time that we're analyzing data, we should be looking at individual student data as well, right? So we will know when we're disaggregating the data, which of these students actually attended virtual academy, which ones did not, and we will be able to do a comparison analysis. And the other piece, just to reiterate, because these courses are NC standards, and we did actually ask Edmentum, what is the course alignment to our EOC classes, and has there been a crosswalk? And it has. So it is actually, you bring up a great point, Mr. Atherton, because it will be interesting to see, right? How our students will do one versus the other, and we will definitely be able to separate because we will know which students were enrolled in which program.
Perfect. The next question I have is, since this virtual academy will be attached to the school, the things that come to my mind is remote access. For example, if we will have physical school, regardless of how we open schools, such as PTA or other activities where these families may want to stay remote, right? They don't want to physically walk in. I think we now have to have those accommodations and make sure that the expectation of the schools are, hey, you're going to be doing events and we have this, they're part of our community. We're going to need these remote capabilities for those. So I think in these conversations, we just need to be very conscientious of those, since these are families that may just say, hey, I'm still at risk. I know we've lessened it and we can go, but I still want to participate remotely.
Yeah. Mr. Atherton, if I could just interject here for a minute too. One of the benefits of having our students, continued and connected to the school, and the other piece of it is that there will be a school-based person that will be the lead. So they will always, keep the virtual academy students and families connected to the school. And so that, you know, if there was a family that wanted to stay remote, but they wanted to serve on the PTA, they absolutely could and should. You know, so there will be ownership at the school level of their students and their families to make sure that there's seamless communication, just like they would communicate with their in-school students, they would do so with their virtual students and families.
Great, that's great to hear. The last question I'll ask, I have others, but I'll delay them. But the other one that's more interesting is, so I know that you showed the July 20th as the application date, and that means the board would need to approve the 200K before then. So I think this would fall in when we would have another meeting to get, because that's essentially less than 14 days, right? And so you're going to have to poll the people, get the data back, bring it back to the board and say, okay, this is the interest. Okay, we need to approve this and then move forward. Because what I personally, Will doesn't want to do is set the expectation to our families, we're going to do this and send out the applications, and then the board decide not to do it for some reason. But just some logistics here. I just wanted to bring this up to the full board that we would have to have a meeting before then, and we would definitely need the data back to see the interest level from the families, especially, you know, trying to understand the ADM that we would get out of that. But anyway, that's just my other comment. Thank you.
Ms. Stevens, and then Ms. Smiley.
All right, well, this is brief. I just have a concern, no response needed. I had a level of discomfort or concern with the comment of the software being around $200,000, which means it could be 220,000 or 190, because around doesn't mean 200. So we're concerned about money, and we're going to talk about money in a little bit. And I'm just concerned that it's around 200,000. Thanks.
So, and Ms. Stevens, I know you said it didn't require a response. The around came from exactly what Mr. Atherton was saying. For the 1,000 seats, unlimited 6 through 12, with the study island, you know, with the exact, we know that that is set at 200,000. Why I say around, what I was saying around is exactly that. Once we assess where the students, you know, families' interests are, if it's way lower or if it's way higher, then we're going to have to revisit.
Okay.
Right? So that's where that around, yes. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Smiley.
Thanks. On the same sort of funding for this approval of this, I just want to make sure that I understand, like policy wise, do we not need to do like an RFP here? I'm curious. Clearly you've been through like a vetting process and conversation with them and negotiation and everything. But I'm curious if you considered other providers and sort of just thinking about the process of how we landed on Edmentum. The question about an RFP may be more for the board attorney, if she is still here. Yeah, I don't see her here. Yeah, I want to make sure that we're like by the books in terms of how we are like going about this process from a contract perspective.
Thank you. We will definitely follow up on that. I know the other vendor that we were looking at was almost double the price. So that was, you know, and they didn't have the same type of supplemental resources, but we'll definitely follow up and get back to you on that. Thank you.
Also, Ms. Dubison is still here, but she needs to be promoted or unmuted, Mr. Jones. Okay.
And we don't need to wait for her to answer that question. Yeah. That can be part of the like, let's come back to it.
Okay, we will come back around to that. Does anyone else have additional feedback about the virtual, Ms. Hauser, and then Ms. Doyle?
So I have several. That was really interesting. Thank you. That, you know, it's just like one more level of complexity, but really interesting. If it's would cost us $200,000 for 1,000 students and all the middle and high school students, what would it cost to make the platform available to all our students? That's just one question, just a really basic question.
So I actually did ask that because I was actually thinking more like, oh my gosh, what if we can't come back at all in any of these options and we have to be completely virtual? So if you're thinking about, it'll probably be another 185 to another 200,000, because what they were saying was that what they could try to do is get us down to about $170 per student. But so that was about the figure that I was, because I asked them, I said, what about another 2,200 kids? You know, because we have about 3,200 elementary, 3,300 elementary students. And so if this is our quote for 1,000, what would it be for another 2,000? And it would probably be about another 100. Almost.
So then,
almost
okay,
double.
so that's it's less than 2.8 that we were talking about at the last meeting.
Yes.
If you compared Edmonton, if you compared it to our remote curriculum side by side, or even our curriculum side by side, will it fill any curriculum gaps and will it fill any administrative gaps that we might have? And I'm thinking about things like student assessments, attendance, homework, stuff like that. So is it something that can help us in structuring our remote curriculum? Curriculum delivery, let me use.
Yeah, so our teachers, as our teaching staff, we still will have to do, like we're still going to have to take attendance, and that's why it's really important for us that we're integrating with our Canvas platform, so that just like what the teacher would be doing in the class, our virtual teacher would also have to do. So I would say that probably not close that gap per se, because it's still an action that our teachers would still have to do. As far as assessment pieces go, you know, the one thing that Edmentum offers, like what we're using is the exact path, which is an assessment tool, but the district, we also have our own intermittent, like formative assessment tools that we use to guide us in how our students are progressing. So it's almost, and that's why I think, again, it's important to reiterate, just because we're virtual academy does not make this any better or, you know, like this far off different program. The only difference, again, is the curriculum that we will be using to teach the standards, because there's a lot of parallels going on with our in-classroom and our virtual.
So you're saying that it doesn't offer any additional curriculum features that more than we are offering. So I was wondering if we could supplement our curriculum with any of the features in it.
So what we did get authorization to do is that as we're using the Edmentum curriculum, if there are any pieces, maybe a unit of study in a particular, under a particular standard that we really like and they've done really well, that we have received authorization that we can take those pieces and actually embed them to what we're creating for our own virtual program in the future. So we can do that. Yeah.
I was thinking, can we use it for our remote learning students? Is there some, right? So it's kind of, it's the reverse of what you'd be, right? So not for our future virtual learning, but, you know, since we're new to remote learning and presumably they've been at it for some time, are there things we can take from it, especially if we had the license for all our students?
So I think, again, like, could we take sections of it? Yes, but to try to say that, you know what, why don't we use the whole thing? And
do that.
Yeah, right, because our teachers already have a set curriculum. Now, mind you, we're still in the process of having to vet it and, you know, walk through our equity lens framework with it, culturally relevant framework with it, and make sure that the current curriculum we have in the district is the right curriculum that we need to use. The teachers, majority of our teachers, they have training in that, you know, so I think what would be best, right, is as we're learning, and then Edmentum, like this is also our first time with that curriculum as well. So as we're also going through that, if we're seeing pieces that are really relevant and really good, then we could take that. And at the end of the year, what we might end up with is actually the hybrid blended virtual model that we've created with pieces from Edmentum, best practices from our own, Orange County's teachers. Right. So this creates an opportunity for us to have another resource as we're developing our own district program.
Okay, great. And then one more question, and that's how long have they been around and what kind of track record do they have?
Oh gosh, you know what? I don't have the year, but I know they've been around a while. Other districts are already using Onslow County's using them. I want to say I'm still learning our local communities. Nash Rocky Mount is using them. And Ms. Crimmins, I know that you also know who else is using Edmentum, but a number of districts in North Carolina, as well as I know in South Carolina and a much broader audience, they are using them, and they've been using them for some time. Ms. Crimmins, do you have some other districts that are using Edmentum?
Yes, I believe Durham has been using it for a while. Rowan Salisbury has also used it for a while, and we can get you the list of districts that has purchased their products, if that would be helpful.
Well, I was wondering if we've spoken to them and how they like them and what they think is working, and would they help us with the decision about how broadly we go with it and signing kids up. But it's not new.
I've spoken with Nash Rocky Mountain. They're pleased with it, and I believe Dr. Gammon has talked to Rowan Salisbury, but I don't want to speak for him.
That's correct. No, they're pleased with it as well.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Smiley?
Great. I have the district question. I do think, just to follow up on what Ms. Hauser said, asking them specifically about, if they're using it now, do they have it for everyone, and do they see value in that versus a smaller academy would be really helpful if we haven't asked them that already. My question is, and I understand it's aligned to the same standards, but with a different curriculum, I imagine the sort of scope and sequence across the year would be different. And so that has me thinking about the idea of students switching in and out at every marking period, which I think in elementary school is like every 9 weeks, right? And each time a student switches from one to another, the need to, well, first it has me thinking about the district needing some sort of like crosswalk and plan to understand what's been covered in each of those settings and not, and then having a plan to sort of adapt and remediate for those students. And just thinking about sort of the complexity around that, it seems to me that it would be easier if we did it less often. So, to do the virtual academy, you can do the first half of the year or the second half of the year. And I'm wondering if we considered that, because that really seems to add a lot of complexity for teachers that I think if we were able to simplify, like limit the number of times we have kids switching back and forth, that would be helpful.
We did take a look at that, because at first we were thinking, if you're going to commit, please commit for the year, right? But then we do understand that there's so many unknowns still with COVID and what's going on, that we did want to try to be as, flexible and give families as much choice as possible. And that's how we came with the bike rating term. The other piece, as far as curriculum and the benefit of us having our Orange County school teachers teaching the curriculum, because there is another option that you could actually pay for Edmentum's certified teachers to teach it. And we went with our own teachers because, number one, that makes sense, right? Especially if we can meet that need. But we can also work, to align the scope and sequence, right? To make sure that the Edmentum curriculum we're using, it's not so canned and packaged in such a way that we can't say, let's rearrange the scope and sequence of what they're giving us to align with what the district scope and sequence is. And that's why the time, when Dr. Felder says like the gift of time is like so important, because there is so much that we still need to do. And that's why, for our teachers, we want to give them as much time to get familiar and be able to have that collaboration opportunity to say, hey, how well are we aligned? But you do raise a great point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a really good example. And I'm really glad to hear that we can rearrange the units or this, the order that standards are taught in order to like better sync those up. Thank you.
Ms. Doyle?
I had a question about the distribution of the virtual seats, and I appreciate the way it was laid out with the different schools with their projected enrollments and fractions of them. But I'm just wondering if, let's say, if Eflin Cheeks was granted 154 virtual seats and maybe they only had 100 kids or whatever sign up, and maybe another school took some of those empty seats. I'm just wondering about, is there going to be an opportunity? I'm thinking two things. What if a school kind of wishes they could hold on to some buffer of seats? I'm thinking about, maybe families dealing with health issues with COVID, wanting to add in 9 weeks, a little bit of what Ms. Smiley was making, but what if we needed people to add into a virtual because of health, and a school had relinquished seats for another school population to use? And I'm also wondering about, and I assume that Dr. Felder's thinking about this, but since F Cheeks tends to be our rural school with some more of the internet access issues, if we anticipate kind of full buy-in in that student population.
Mm-hmm. So I think, when you think about like if there's any real, like really challenging, like downside of this, right, is that we do still have families. And then when you're thinking about an equity lens, I always say, well, you can make an option available, but if they don't have access to it, then it's really not an option, right? And so I think that would be the one real negative, like challenging piece of having a virtual academy, is that if a family is still in a rural area or is in a location where they're not, regardless of if we put a bus there as a hotspot or whatever, if the network capability just isn't there, that's really not an option then for families that don't have connectivity. And I think that is something that we not only as a county and a state, but nationally, we need to really continue to advocate and push for. So that would be a challenge if the families don't have connectivity for them to be able to access virtual academy. We do want to maximize that. If we're going to pay for 1,000 seats, we do, and we have that, we want every seat filled. With that said, it's always going to be a fluid, thing that we have to monitor, because we know that there's going to be some changes. And so as long as there's an open seat, and if there's a need, we're going to try to meet that need. It's just when we're initial starting and we're saying, hey, how do we determine how many seats that each school gets? That's the mathematical formula that we would use to be equitable. But we will continue to see, if there's a seat that opens because one family in Eflin needs one, and their school allotments are all full, but there's open another school. Remember, we're one school, right? We're one district, we're one school. And so if there's a seat available, then that's made available to that student where the need is.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dawson. Ms. Smiley, I'm going to, you can ask your question, and then I think that we need to try to wrap up this portion of our retreat and probably take 10 or 15 minutes so we can all stretch our legs and grab a bite to eat if we need to. And then we'll come back and dive into the budget, because I want to make sure that we have adequate time for that today. So Ms. Smiley, I will pass it to you, and then we will wrap up.
Okay, I have several questions, and it might be that the best thing is for me to just email them to Dr. Felder, and I'll include the board on that. Some around, do we think we have enough staff willing to come back in person? I was really surprised by the low number of high risk, because I think age is a factor there, and I know we have older teachers. This is one example of many risk factors. So, I'll email these questions rather than just pick one to ask right now. And then I guess I'd also say, I think that I don't know what else was left in this. Yeah, if it makes sense to go to the budget, that's great. I also think if we want to add more time tomorrow for the budget, I'm open to whatever, but I want to make sure we have lots of sufficient time to talk about these things. So I'll just offer that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smiley. I will talk to Dr. Felder during our break, and we will come back and regroup. I think that we should all take a break and be back around 12:45. Does that sound okay to everyone?
Sounds good.
Okay, we will see you then. Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Are we?
Yes, can hear you.
Alrighty. So we have one decision left, which is whether we can move forward with the virtual academy. Is there anyone on the board that has a problem with us moving forward with that? I am trying to get my screen set back up so I can see everyone. Let me see. All right, here we go. Is everyone back? Ms. Stevens back? Brenda, are you back? I'm gonna text her real quick because I just hate to draw any conclusions if she's not here. We'll be back in just a second. We're just gonna give Ms. Stevens just a minute and then we'll move on if she's not. Oh, I think she's writing me back. Okay, so as I was saying, does anyone have a problem with us moving forward with the virtual academy plans? All righty, well, it looks like we are set to do that then, Dr. Felder, and now we can move forward into our budget presentation. Dr. Felder and I discussed how all of the information about summer plans the board has received. If anyone needs any more time, we can follow up about that or discuss it in the future. But we feel like it's important to dive into budget for the remainder of our time that we have today. So I will hand it off to Ms. Rath now. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Oh, something happened. Hold on.
I know.
Hopefully, it looks like from my end that the screen, the budget presentation slide is up and viewable. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right. So this afternoon, we're going to spend the remainder of our time taking a deeper dive into our budget. And I think I want to just start off stating that this is just the beginning of multiple conversations that I foresee that we're going to need to have surrounding this going forward. I am thankful for the opportunity to share this information with you and begin having discussions at this level. And there's a lot of information here for us to talk about and to navigate through. And so I believe that it's going to take several conversations, but we're going to start with this at where we are today. And we're going to start with this right here, which I feel like is significant. We got to balance our budget. We are required to, by law, to have a balanced budget. And due to COVID-19 and the knowns and the unknowns, every expense that we may have coming down the pipe could likely require somewhere else. So that's where the heart comes into place. We're at a point where any cuts that may be required to keep our budget balanced are going to hurt. However, I'm confident that we will make the best decisions for our students and our staff, and that we will navigate these unknown waters, and that we will get through this. What to expect today, based upon feedback that I have heard and received in previous meetings, I understand and heard a desire to learn more about our budget and what makes up our budget, where our money is going, and what funding sources that our money is coming in from. So today, we're going to start those conversations, and we're going to start those conversations in our primary categories that we look at our budget by, which are the 5 that I have listed here in bullet 2, which are salaries and benefits, purchase services, supplies, materials, capital, and then of course charter schools. We'll talk about each one of those categories, what's in each of those categories, and we'll also give you an idea of the funding streams for each of those categories, where you'll be able to see how we utilize which streams to fund each of these areas more. After we begin and have these conversations, next we can begin discussions about our prioritization for our next year initiatives and ties our spending and our fund balance to do what we need to do to further our district and to increase the capacity of our students. I'm going to begin by giving you a baseline. The next 2 slides are a baseline of our 2019-20 budget, and this is how our budget lines up by funding source. And then the next slide, I'm going to go into the 5 categories again. But here I wanted to give you an idea of the primary revenue streams that we receive our budget in. You can see that our local dollars are a large percentage, and that the biggest percentage of that is our capital funding. Our capital funding is 100% local. It comes from our county government, and as a result of our bond, those dollars are significantly higher in these years because we, as you well know, we've got some pretty big bond projects that are going on in the district currently. We also have a funding source from federal grants. These are funds to operate educational programs for all of our children. We have CTE revenues, special education for children with disabilities. I think you guys are all familiar with Title I, Title II, and Title III funding. All of those flow into us through our federal grants program. The blue portion of this pie chart is our state public school fund, and these are the dollars that may be federally legislated but flow through to us from the Department of Public Instruction, which we refer to as DPI. DPI administers a system that they use to calculate and distribute allotments, as we refer to them, to each of the education agencies across the state. And there are formulas that drive those to determine how much funding we receive. There's primarily the formulas are driven by average daily membership and a few other adjustments in there as needed, but primarily all of them are driven by average daily membership, or ADM. So that's why you will hear us talk about frequently our concerns when we see fluctuations in an ADM, because that does directly impact our funding flow from the state. And then there's a small portion of our budget that we refer to as restricted, or in our world, we call it Fund 8. And these are revenues from reimbursements, indirect costs, sales tax refunds. These are things that are specified for a specific use. So we keep them totally separate so that we can ensure that they are utilized exactly for what their grant may dictate that they are. A lot of times these funds are from private businesses or community partnerships, for example, Boroughs Welcome, NC Pre-K, all of those grants are held in this restricted fund. I will pause for questions. I'll try to exhibit an amount of silence each time to let people chime in if you have any questions. And then, of course, always at the end, we will have time for questions as well.
Mr. Atherton?
Just one quick question, Rhonda. So fees and forfeitures, where would that fall under?
That's in Fund 2. That's the fees and forfeitures that we receive from our local government and local county. They are in the pink local portion.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else?
I just have a,
Okay, please go ahead. No problem.
Do we ever apply for DPI grants? Like, I know Guilford County got millions of dollars from DPI for things like project-based learning and social emotional learning. So do we ever apply for those kind of grants?
We do, Ms. Hauser. That's a great question. In particular, one of the grants that we have applied for from DPI is our school resource officers. That is a grant that we have to apply for and that we specifically received in the state portion of our funding. Also, the CARES Act funding, that is grant funding that we had to apply for as well. So yes, we do apply for those types of grants when there's opportunities that would fit the needs of our district.
Great.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay. All right, moving on. Again, baseline, and this is going to kind of be the premises of setting the premise for the rest of our discussions for this afternoon. When we look at our budget, we primarily categorize it into these 5 categories, and this is how our chart of accounts is more or less established for us to be able to summarize at this level. And as you've heard us state multiple times, salaries and benefits are the main components of our budget, actually to the tune of $75.5 million. This includes all of the salaries for all of our staff on payroll, our certified as well as our classified, and it also includes all of their matching benefits, whether that be retirement, the portion of the hospital premium that we pay, or the Social Security tax that we pay on every employer. Our next category is purchase services, which is comprised of the areas that you see listed there. The big drivers for us in this category are contracted services as well as utilities, but also our insurance for the district, as well as workshops and conferences, and any travel reimbursements are contained in this category. Supplies and materials is basically supplies and materials. It also, these are our operational supplies, which would include your pen, your paper, etc., that is needed in the classroom, as well as textbooks, library books, and the fuel, oil, tires, etc., that are utilized on our buses. We break out charter schools here because I think it's just important to continue to make sure that it is understood about how that funding for charter schools basically just flows through us as a school district. We are very fortunate that we have a county in which our commissioners fully fund all of our students who are in charter schools. However, we do wish that they would fund us based upon actuals of the current year, not based upon where we were at a midpoint in our previous school year. But, I still do want to recognize that that is an important item, and it's important for us to keep in mind as we begin planning for next year. And in that, I mean, our commissioners funded us at what our actual charter school enrollment was in March. We typically see our largest growth, as you can anticipate and expect, between when we end school and when school starts. So if we start in August and there are any number of students over where we were in March, that will directly impact our local budget because we did not receive the funding from commissioners for that. We actually have to take that out of our fund balance to be able to fund them in this current fiscal year. Now, granted, the commissioners will make up that funding, but we will not get that until next fiscal year. We will not have it in this fiscal year. And then, of course, our capital budget, which is a very large piece of our budget. And this is any acquisitions or additions to any of our fixed assets. And as you are well aware of, and that we will talk about more in this presentation, our geothermal project, our Cedar Ridge Ag Wing addition, our HVAC upgrades, our roofing upgrades, all of those items are captured in the capital category. Any questions specifically in regards to our baseline before we actually start diving a little deeper into each of these categories?
Doesn't look like it.
All right. So now we're going to start and take a deeper dive into our baseline into each of these categories and start looking at the individual items in these categories so we can begin to get a knowledge and an understanding of where our budget is so that when we need to start making decisions, we will know where our funding is right now and how it's going to impact us. So we're going to start with our salaries and benefits. And as you can see here, how it is made up between our state, federal, and local. And our largest percentage of our salaries and benefits is funded through the state, which is intentional. And we will talk about that in much more detail. But at a high level right now, the state funds our classroom teachers as a position. And what that means is they provide the salary as well as all the associated benefits. So we work very hard to make sure that we place our highest paid certified staff on the state salary funding source because we want to recoup not only their salary, but all of the associated benefits that are associated with that position. Most other of our allotment in the form of a dollar allotment. And if you recall, there's been a lot of talk and movement in the General Assembly about going to block grant funding, where they just basically give you a bucket of money and that's all you receive. Some of the concerns surrounding that is right now, whenever we hire for positions, we are able to hire the most qualified individual for the positions that we have vacant because we have that as a position allotment and we have funding for the position. We don't have a dollar amount. So in the event that we did go to block funding, a valid concern is that we would just have a specific amount of money and that we would then be held to only being able to hire within a certain range for a salary if we ever get into where block grant funding comes into play versus a position. I hope that makes sense. So now let's talk about how this looks. I thought it would be beneficial and interesting for you to see how all of the positions throughout the district are funded and where those funds come from. I know this is a lot of information that is on this chart in front of you. However, I do feel like it is important for us to understand where our salaries and benefits are funded from, because as we begin to make shifts, repurpose, reprioritize, that could change how these funding sources are applied. Another caveat that I want to state here is this is a baseline, and this is based upon the 2019-2020 school year. That first column there, you see the state funding right now for salaries and wages is at $45.9 million. We are anticipating, based upon the information that we have received about revenues being projected downward for the state, be some state budget cuts. At this time, we don't know where they are or what categories they're going to hit in. Historically, when we have seen budget cuts, the funding sources streams here in our salaries and benefits will take, could take an impact. For example, classroom teachers, we receive funding for approximately 340 positions. If they cut state funding, in all likelihood, the number of positions that we receive will be reduced. So to keep our staff at our current level, we will have to move those staff off of that state funding revenue stream, and then they will shift over to the local funding revenue stream. Each of these categories include the associated benefits for the positions. The full-time equivalents you will see are in the first column there. Another item that I want to point out, two things, our local supplements. This is the supplement that we offer to almost all of our staff, except for some of our administrative level staff, where they get a percentage of their base salary added on to their salaries. Like, for example, we have bands for the certified teaching position. So year 0 to 5 as a teacher with Orange County Schools is an additional 12%. All of that is funded directly from our local budget, and that approximates to approximately $6.9 million. The other portion of that local supplement line is attributed to extra duty pay. A lot of the temporary terminating contracts that are initiated for payroll staff are in this extra duty pay line item. Some of those contracts we will actually try to fund out of their direct revenue stream. Like, for example, if there is a teacher who is doing additional work through the summer as a teacher, we may be able to utilize other state funding to fund that versus using an extra duty out of our local or state funds. And again, I'm kind of giving you the first layer. Our next conversations will be, we will actually start looking at to all the individual buckets that we receive our funds in. But to give you an overview of the number of positions and where each of them are funded from, I felt like this was a good place for us to start, for you to have an idea of what is driving those, the cost in each of those areas. And again, I am not going to read them individually, but if you have any specific questions, I'm happy to address those. You know, the executive personnel, that incorporates the superintendent, deputy superintendent, the chiefs, and the directors. DPI allots those funds to us based on ADM, but it is allotted to us in dollars. It's not allotted to us in positions. Our schools, we are eligible for one principal per school with at least 100 students in ADM, or at least 7 state paid teachers. That is an important conversation that we will have later when we start talking about Partnership Academy and the need for the 7 state paid teachers at that level. Assistant principals are funded by months of employment, which means that we receive 1 month of employment for every 98 and a half students that we have. So we don't receive enough funding from the state to fund all of the assistant principals we have. Therefore, we have to shift some of that funding to our local revenue stream. Again, classroom teachers, we had talked about that. That is a position allotment, and that we are funded approximately 306 positions from the state. So the remainder of those positions we will utilize federal and local revenue streams to fund those based upon the best fit for those and what is actually being done in the classroom. The social workers, media specialists, and guidance counselors are also funded to us in the form of positions, and they are allotted based upon one social worker, media specialist, or guidance counselor per 218.5 ADM. We were roughly allotted 35 of those positions in this last school year. Another category to talk about is our teacher assistants. I just want to hit that. That funding comes to us multiple areas. We utilize state, federal, and local funds for those positions. And they are also, the state funds us based upon average daily membership in grades K through 3. So they only allow us an amount of teacher assistants for every kindergarten classroom, for every first and second grade classroom, and then for a third grade classroom. Just for your information, in kindergarten, they allow us 2 TAs for every 3 classes. In grades 1 and 2, we have 1 TA for every 2 classes, and in grades 3, we have 1 TA for every 3 classes. The athletic supplements are what we pay our coaches and those staff who support our athletics in the district. Another large contributor in our expense here, which is of course not an area that we can really make any reductions in, is the health, life, and AVL for our staff. This represents the health insurance premium that we pay for each of our staff members, as well as the life insurance, which is one of our recruitment and benefits to recruit staff into this district. We pay a $15,000 life insurance premium for each of our full-time staff. And then of course, if we have any teachers who retire or leave the district, sometimes we have to pay out AVL that they may have accumulated. And sometimes if they are a locally funded teacher, that means that those funding sources would have to come out of our local budget.
Ms. Rock, I have a question.
Absolutely.
The concept of the position allotment with the classroom teachers, does that mean that some of the salary negotiation requires the federal and local funds, or is it the number of positions?
Great question. Yeah, great question, Ms. Doyle. We are allotted positions, and the state has, as part of their Fiscal Budget Act and as part of their approval of budget each year, they approve a salary schedule. And a teacher is placed on the salary schedule based upon their license, which goes through the state license system, where they actually bump that license up against where they have applied for licensure in the state to verify that they are licensed to teach in certain areas, and also their years of experience. So really, we have no no negotiating ability when it comes to salaries for our state, any of our staff. They are paid upon a state scale. If we offer anything over and above what they are on the state scale, that 100% comes out of our local budget. The state, every time we run a payroll, they bump every teacher up against these schedules, and we get what are called exceptions, where they will back and say, you know, no, you can't use state funds for this position because you're trying to pay them more than they are licensed for or have years of experience for. Is that what you were asking, Ms. Doyle?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Rath.
You're welcome.
Rhonda, I have a question. So I see that the $15,000 life insurance that you mentioned, is that a benefit for school board members as well?
That is a great question, Ms. Stevens. I need to check into that. I don't know if Teresa is on, where if she could chime in or help me out with that, but if not, we'll get you an answer, okay?
Well, I'll tell you, the reason I'm saying it was a benefit 3 years ago, because as you know, we had a school board member to die while in office. And I'm aware that her family, well, anyway, it was not that amount. And I just wondered if that amount went up or if anything's changed. Because the other thing is, I do know when I was sworn in, I had to sign some paperwork, and I signed on to the life insurance. So I guess if that's not the case, our board members didn't sign it, so they're not getting the life insurance.
I appreciate you asking that. I will check into it. I do know that I do recall that the amount that we offered has gone up. So, but I will loop back around with HR to determine if this is a benefit available to school board members, to make sure that we get that information to you.
Deal. Well, I'm not planning on leaving while I'm in office.
Please don't, Ms. Stevens.
We're glad to hear that, Ms. Stevens.
But anyway, that was a benefit because Rosa Williams's family received the death benefit. Anyway, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. We'll get the specifics about that and who qualifies and what those specifics are and get those out to the board.
Ms. Hauser, did you have a question?
I have two. First of all, just for clarity, the local fund, the state funds are pretty well allocated by position, but we have, as a board, we have discretion on how we'd like to use the local funding. Is that correct?
You do have discretion. Yes, theoretically, you have discretion. I guess it's safe to say over how you utilize any of the funds, not just the local, just the state and the federal as well.
PAs or more social workers or whatever, that's something that we could decide in some budget process, right? That's helpful.
You could decide that. I think what my intent is to show you where the budget is now, so and that when we go shifting things around, where it could impact.
Yes, that's fine. I'm in heaven. This is really great. I love this.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Second question.
Death benefit.
On this is a budget, and if we took our actual numbers from last year, what might be a surprise to us? You know, so I'm thinking about the teachers that Dr. Dawson said, you know, we're short on teachers. I don't know if the subs are, if we've met our budget, but there are certain budget items that are softer and that we're coming in under.
You would definitely see, I think, a reduction in the substitute line because, you know, with school being closed for the March through in June timeframe, we didn't have substitutes and we didn't have the need for substitute teachers. Extra duty. At the time that we closed schools in March, we suspended a lot of the temporary terminating contracts at that time. And so there were cost savings that were a result there. In regards to any of the other line items, I don't know that we could, of course, overtime and tutoring, there would have been reductions there as well because staff weren't in the buildings. They weren't, a lot of our dual employed staffs weren't working dual jobs. After school is primarily a job that a lot of our TAs hold, which will put them in an overtime status. So in not having after school, we had savings that were realized in that area. And tutoring, we weren't in school. We weren't set up to do tutoring in a remote environment. So a lot of the dollars that were budgeted for that were also not spent. Pretty much everywhere else, we would have been right on budget because staff were still working in some form or either taking some form of leave, which means that they were continuing to receive their pay.
Well, Rhonda, wouldn't our athletic supplements be down? Because if we were out of school, because I was thinking about, we were at our last meeting or so, we were hiring coaches. And I thought, well, it seems that the athletic supplement should be down because we're not having sports.
Ms. Stevens, that's a great question. And I do want to follow up with you later in regards to that. I know there was some discussion at one point in time amongst the cabinet and with the attorneys about the athletic supplements for the spring sports. They had started some of the training and had already started some of those sports when we closed the schools in early March. So there was the discussion about paying those supplements to that staff as a result of, not wanting to jeopardize retaining them for when we opened back up the school year and had those sports begin again.
Interesting. And speaking of, and you mentioned attorneys, I'm sure our attorney's fees, I'm sure, is through the roof, but I guess that wouldn't be in here under the job titles. I guess that would be another, I think the term you use is bucket. Maybe that's a different bucket of money.
Yes, ma'am, it is. These are actually people that are on our payroll and considered employees of Orange County Schools. We will talk about those contracted services in another area to come next, and that represents just what it says, people these are non-payroll related items that are in contracted services. What you see here before you are actually employees of Orange County Schools.
Okay.
So I had a question too, Rhonda.
Sure.
So typically, and I don't want to confuse anybody by any means. Normally when we talk about like after school and programs like that, we normally refer to it as the enterprise fund, right? Where they're allowed to make money and, they're self-sustaining and they have additional funds. Now, when you're presenting that, are you just saying, hey, we're not looking at the specific funds, we're just looking at everything together? I just want to make sure from my perspective how you're showing this, only because of the enterprise. I think we have 2 enterprise funds, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Atherton. We do have 2 enterprise funds, and they are not factored into this discussion because they are self-sustaining fee-based programs that they are totally funded through the fees that are established for those services. And that's the school nutrition fund as well as the after-school fund.
Okay, great. I just heard you mention after school earlier, which caught my ears to say, wait a second,
I
get
did when I was referring to overtime, because a lot of our teacher assistants may work in after school as well. And when they are put in an overtime status, a portion of the overtime is applied to the teacher assistant job and a portion of the overtime is applied to the after school job.
okay. Thank you for the clarity.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Are there any other questions?
Well, I do. Since Will brought it up, he just made me think about something. I know in the enterprise funds, fees are collected for facilities use. Do those fees go directly to the enterprise fund?
Facility use fees are actually captured in Fund 8, our restricted fund, because those funds, when we pay our custodians or pay for any cleaning service as well as any of the utilities associated with that facility use, those are restricted to that. Does that answer your question, Ms. Stevens?
Oh, yes, it does. I'll get to it later because I'm curious as to know how much money we received from the expedition school for the use of our facility. Because it did not come through our school board. So that's a question further on down the road. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
I just want, excuse me, Ms. Rath. I just wanted to make us all aware of the time. It's coming up on 1:30. We are scheduled to meet till 2 o'clock, and I'm hoping we can reserve the last 10 minutes to hit the board calendar and some other board housekeeping. Just wanted to put that out there for everyone.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. And I'm gonna move on forward. This is the biggest piece, and this is the most detailed piece. All of the ones coming after it are kind of laid out in the same format, but of course, this is where most of our expenditures are. And again, I just want to reiterate that I feel like this is the beginning of many conversations that we're going to be having in regards to this. And like I said, I know this is a lot of information. We'll get through it, but we will talk about this more. Let's move on to the purchase services piece of our budget. And these are our contracted services, our workshop, conferences, utilities, travel reimbursement, and then all of the insurance in our district. And as you can see here, the funding is actually looks very different than it did on the previous slide, where the majority of the services in this category are funded out of our local funds. As you can see here, here's how those funds break down. Contracted services, as Ms. Stevens asked about earlier, this is where our legal services are, our audit services, middle college, the BUD group, which is our custodial cleaning contract, the Participate dual language program and global schools program, our landscaping contracts. Those are the types of items or example of some of the larger ones that fall into this contracted services line. Of course, utilities is self-explanatory. That's our gas, water, telephone, electric for all of our schools. Our insurance and judgments, that is made up of our student insurance, our property insurance, insurance on the boiler. All of those insurances are funded workers' comp from our local budget funding stream, and that is where that is the amount that is designated for those. There is, I'm not going to read through each of these. I didn't know if there were any of them that jump out at you that you may have questions in regards to. I will just touch on the other category at the very bottom. In the federal funds, that other is made up of any unbudgeted funds, which may have been received but not budgeted into a specific category yet, as well as indirect cost. So on those federal programs, we are allowed to charge indirect cost, and we do charge indirect cost for those programs who are able to fund it. Not all of the federal programs have enough funds to support that. if anyone's not familiar with the term indirect cost and need me to go into that a little bit more, I can, but basically that is just where we recoup some of the overhead expenditures associated with monitoring and overseeing those programs. This would be like for your HR functions, your finance functions, your utilities. A lot of the utilities are not charged to those individual programs, and that's what that indirect cost is there to recover. But this is how the purchase services category is broken out, and as you can see, the very large percentage of that is funded through our local funds, and the two primary drivers in this category are our contracted services and our utilities.
Just one.
So can I?
Mr. Atherton and then Ms. Hauser.
Just one quick question, Rhonda. So I didn't see this in the slide further down about unfunded, but are mobile hotspots, are those included in the mobile communication or under internet, or those still are not funded yet?
The, well, you're not seeing them right now, Mr. Atherton, because we were able to utilize up until June 30th, the funding that we received from the governor, the state funding. Okay. State CARES Act funding. We utilized the mobile hotspots that had been activated. You know, we did get 500 of those additional hotspots, and they would show up in the they will show up in the mobile communications line item, but because of the funding that we were able to deem specifically for this COVID-19, we were able to recoup those funds there. Now going forward, they will be shifted over to our local budget as we begin activating those, unless we are able to utilize some of the other CARES Act funding, which we will work very diligently to do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Hauser.
So just with all these, the new professional development that we're going to have to do for remote learning and our new world, do we have any, where does that show up in all of this, or is that not in here yet?
That's not in here yet, Ms. Hauser, because we're kind of talking about our baseline for our budget going forward. And the CARES Act funding that we received from the federal government, we had written that plan to hopefully be able to utilize. There was $923,000 that we received there that we are hoping to be able to support the staff development and those types of things for that new curriculum, the blended curriculum, as well as the virtual curriculum that we hope to, well, that we plan to stand up for next fiscal year.
Anyone else? Okay, I think we're good to keep going, Ms. Rath. Thank you.
All right, so next we'll move on to capital. Capital here is 100% funded locally. I won't spend a lot of time on this because this is driven by our capital improvement plan that was approved and funded by our commissioners. I just wanted to kind of give you a breakdown to let you see what those categories are in regards to the bond, lottery, what we call PAYGO, recurring, and deferred maintenance. One item that I do want to point out this year in our new funding is that we actually got $12 million extra from commissioners that we for deferred maintenance that we were able to plan for over the next 3 years. And we had planned for $4 million of that to be utilized in our upcoming fiscal year in regards to some of the deferred maintenance. We receive recurring capital that is based upon the ADM of how we are versus Chapel Hill over a total count as the total county. And then there are the other proceeds in regards to these funds do carry over. What is not spent in that fiscal year actually carries over and will continue to carry over until they are expended. And then each year, based upon our approved capital improvement plan, we receive new funding, and you will see those in these categories here. One thing I do want to point out, you see the term lottery here. These funds in regards to our world are referred to as additional pay-go, which basically means that the county commissioners apply for those lottery funds and report to the LGC the requirements associated with those funds. They just provide it as a revenue stream for us in the means of that when they approve our budget at the beginning of each fiscal year, those dollars are made available to us, and then they draw down the lottery proceeds whenever they become available. But they make the budget available to us at the beginning of the fiscal year and do not make us wait until the lottery funds are released from the state. Okay, next category, supplies and materials. And as you can see here, this is split primarily between state and local. We do receive dollars from the state specifically for supplies and materials. This is a category that we have seen get cut and reduced, and this is a category that will more than likely be reduced if there are any budget cuts in the upcoming year. The supplies and material line item is basically just what it states there, supplies and materials, as paper, pen, any of your consumable type supplies that are needed throughout the district. We also have books. This could be textbooks. This could be online digital resources. This could be library books. Software also shows up here. And then, of course, all of the other items that you see here. Our one-to-one device refresh will not show up in this category because that will be a capital purchase. So that will show up in our capital line, but the computers that are here that are inventoried a lot of times are the iPads and those devices that we use throughout the district. Any questions? And again, I know I'm in a hurry, but I want to get some time at least to get to these last two slides and allow you time to talk about the final items that you have.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes,
just a quick clarifying. So let's say we see larger budget cuts from the state in this supplies and materials category. Do we have the flexibility to reprogram dollars from some other portion, salary and benefits? I'm not saying we do that, but let's, for example, right, reprogram those dollars and bring them here. Do those dollars have to stay in those separate categories?
Okay, that's going to depend on, so from a state perspective, no. When they give us dollars, when they allot us the dollars in the specific buckets, we have very little flexibility for moving from one state bucket to another state bucket, if that makes sense. On the local side, we do have much more flexibility in regards to being able to shift lapsed salaries to supplies and materials. We could shift contracted services budget if we determine that we want to repurpose some of a position. We can then repurpose those funds anywhere on the local side. For for example, by no means am I recommending this, but like, for example, if the teacher work days for the teacher assistants, we were able to repurpose the savings associated with those to offset some of the salaries as well as the other needs throughout this entire budget to balance our budget for the fiscal year. Does that make sense?
We don't. Lots of sense, yeah.
Okay, and we'll get into those discussions more, like I said, later, but we don't have that much flexibility on the state side in regards to making those types of movements. There are some, I can we get a textbook allotment, and I am able to repurpose like from textbooks to supplies and materials or other areas. There's very few state categories that we have flexibility to move them around in that manner.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, this slide is familiar to you guys. It has been updated for our virtual school program to show the $200,000 there. And then one item that has been added is addressing the needs of our centered students. For that $250,000 was added there. These are all items that we are anticipating that we don't have budget for. We do know that, for example, that the county commissioners, our local per pupil funding that was approved for the upcoming fiscal year did not account for the retirement and benefit hospitalization increase that we know we will materialize for all of our staff. We also see that there was a Senate bill that was just approved at the end of last week for a $350 one-time bonus for certain staff. That was not included in our budget, so that's an anticipated expenditure of $100,000 for that staff that will be eligible for that bonus. Finally, this is the time that I wanted to wrap up in regards to our fund balance.
Rhonda, just before you leave that last slide, what was the total? What's the total of all that? I just don't.
I'm sorry, I don't have a
246.
2.4
yeah,
million.
Yep.
about 2.4 million.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make sure to add the total. So thank you, Ms. Hauser. Okay, fund balance. We closed out our books last Tuesday on June the 30th. And at the time that we closed, when we look at our local fund, because our local the only fund that we are able to save, for lack of a better term. Our state funds, we have a few categories carry over, but other than that, we are not allowed to accumulate any savings on our state or our federal funds. So if there's any lapsed salaries, for example, on the state side, what we typically do is we will shift a person on local to state to utilize those revenues so we don't lose them, because basically on the state side, either you use it or you lose it. And we work very hard to make sure that we do not let any of our state dollars revert, because we never ever want to portray that they are not needed. So beginning at my audited fund balance at the end of fiscal year 2019, it was 4.7 million. When I look at my local fund right now, based upon the amount of money that we receive for fines and forfeitures and our county appropriation, and then what we actually spent, it looks like we're going to come in under around $1.5 million. This is, as a result of the school district closing in March through June. There were a lot of expenditures that were budgeted that just were not expended. And we were also working, knowing what lies ahead for us, to be very prudent with these dollars, because we knew we were going to need these funds for the upcoming fiscal year and potentially for the next year as well. So that gives me an unaudited fund balance right now of $6,190,000. If I look at what we restricted last year and what we didn't spend, those are the items that are reflected there, which means that we would continue to hold the fund balance allocated at these levels in these categories. So that would restrict $736,000 of our fund balance for each of the areas listed here. I do know right now that I have the benefit increases for my local staff, at approximately $321,000 that was not funded. And based upon our last board meeting and the desire of the board to employ half-time bilingual family outreach liaisons at each of our elementary schools, that will equate to approximately $170,000 that will need to be appropriated from our fund balance. So unaudited at this point in time, this leaves us roughly $5 million in fund balance for us to begin having discussions and making decisions in regards to going forward in the next school year. Typically, for a timeline, our auditors come in to do our final audit the week of Labor Day. It would be our goal to have a budget approved before then, and it would be our goal to have our fund balance assigned at that time so that when our financial statements are printed and publicized, that we would have an accurate reflection of what our restricted and unrestricted fund balance is. Questions?
Ms. Smiley?
Well, first, I'm really, really thrilled to see where the fund balance is right now, because this is not what I was expecting. So it looks good. Thank you, Ms. Rath.
We are thrilled too. We worked hard. We knew there was going to be some savings as a result of school being closed, but we didn't realize the magnitude of that until we actually closed our books.
That's excellent. My question is, so is the idea that some of the things on the previous slide that we know are going to be expenses, that we would then call those restricted funding for those items? This is what we would do, is figure out how much each of these things cost, put them in, and then you would be left with the remainder unrestricted after that you could use to like float as you're waiting for federal funding or whatever.
Yes, ma'am, that would be the goal. The goal would be for us to begin having discussions. If you go back to that, excuse me if I whip through these, but if we go back to this slide here, and we determine that we want more teacher assistants to address the social and emotional needs of our students, if we want more teachers, if we want more counselors, this is where we would begin having those discussions, because our baseline budget includes what you see on this slide here. Anything more that we add that is not repurposed from some other place is where we would begin to look to fund balance. It is not typical. We don't like to use fund balance to fund recurring expenditures, but we are in unprecedented times. And as a result of that, and we heard our commissioners loud and clear that this is the time for us to use our fund balance. And so we will use it.
Right. So the items in there that, the purchasing the curriculum or the sanitation supplies or whatever, those are the things that like most often you would use in fund balance. But if we really, really need additional teachers to split up classrooms, we're going to spend it out of the fund balance and just deal with
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That is correct. We will look to see if there's anything that we can shift in our budget where we could say, for example, there's a contract that we may have that is a one-year contract that could shift to fund balance and then put the positions in the local budget. We may make those type of recommendations, but those are, it's going to be on a case-by-case basis and looking at, what the needs are of the district. In these times, I don't think it would be unheard of that we may have to put a recurring type expenditure in our fund balance.
Thank you.
Ms. Hauser, did you have a question?
Yeah, just one point is the 321 on the benefit increases is also in the, you've allocated on the fund balance. So, so in fact, we have a little bit more money than it's, right? You have it on the other slide in this. So if that slide is 2.4, it's actually, we've already counted it. I'm just saying that.
Yes, you're bringing up a very good of a point. Actually, it's 2.1.
It's 2.1, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it gives us a little bit more money to play with. What is your expectation on when we're going to know about the state? Because that's the big if on this, right?
Yes, ma'am. You're spot on. Based upon the information that I have received, we anticipate that around the July 15th timeframe, which is when is the tax deadline, that is shortly thereafter, when we should be receiving more information about the state impact as in regards to taxes that were actually collected and how far off or under projections that they are.
Does anyone else have any comment or question? Ms. Rath, thank you so much for this presentation. It's been very, very helpful. Thank you for all of your hard work. And I think that we're all relieved the way our fund balance is looking. Yeah, we're just very appreciative. So now we will move on to a little bit of board housekeeping. We need to talk about our board calendar. Pull that up. 1 second. Okay.
Hillary, just before you move to that, can I just make one comment or one observation? No comment needed, and that's we haven't discussed pre-K at all in any of the reopening plans, or is there a conversation that we need to have on that?
Dr. Felder.
You're absolutely correct. We have not talked about pre-K yet. There is a team convened and beginning to work on what reopening will look like for pre-K, and we'll have some information and get some guidance and input from the board soon.
Thank you, Dr. Felder.
You're welcome. We didn't talk about pre-K kids.
I just wanted to briefly touch on our calendar for board meetings this year and see if anyone has any questions or changes they would like to propose. I think that we may need an additional meeting this month, so I'd love some feedback from you all and from Dr. Felder on that. And also, I am thinking about October 26th, which is a scheduled work session, but also a teacher workday, which we historically have not met on. So just wanted to see what the board felt was right for this year.
Well, let me chime in. I agree. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Then you, Ms. Stevens.
Sorry, we're working back and forth between the chiming in and the raising hands. It's fine. I'll just say I agree. Right, I agree. I think Ms. Stevens was saying that too. I would definitely add a meeting, maybe at on the 20th to sort of keep on that cadence. But then also, I'd just offer, if we need to meet for additional work session time in the meantime, or need a special meeting or whatever, like, let's just do it. Wake County Board of Ed seems to be meeting like constantly. So if we need to meet, we need to meet.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens?
I was agreeing. If we need to meet, we need to meet. I won't say I'll not like Wake County because they have almost 200,000 kids, but if we need to meet, we need to meet. I will say about October, because I had this conversation with you and I've said it before, I don't like it when we have to meet on teacher work days. Not that I believe that we're going to be in school then, but still, I believe that we need to stand clear of meeting on the teacher work day.
So I guess my question would be, would we want to move that meeting, or would we want to cancel it? What's the pleasure of the board? Any thoughts?
I could see moving it to the following, to the November 2nd, since there's a pretty long window there until the 23rd.
Right.
Well, let me pipe right in and say I've fought so hard to keep meetings in November to 1, and I want to keep it that way. I know the staff will be delighted to join me in that. We can do it in October, can't we?
We could maybe do it later that week, like October 27th. It's not an issue for me personally. I think it has more to do with what works for our staff.
Yeah.
So maybe Dr. Felder, you could offer an opinion on this.
Could you just repeat the date? I was pulling up my calendar to see if.
Yes, October 26th. It's a scheduled board meeting or work session.
So the question is to keep
It's a teacher work day.
It's a teacher work day. I just weren't sure if that was good for staff, if it would be more convenient to meet a different day that week, or if you had a recommendation.
Yeah, so I'm still trying to figure out how teacher work days work here, but I think we're still working. So we'll be there. Staff, you guys are on. Is there any reason why we shouldn't meet on the 26th? I think, yeah, fine by me. I'll be working.
Of course you will.
Yeah.
You always work, Dr. Felder.
I know. You guys too.
Oh gosh.
I'm sorry, this is Rhonda. Was one of the reasons October meeting, is there a big board conference that happens in that time frame?
No, and we're not having it this year.
Okay.
Well, why don't we just leave it for now and we can always reconsider it. Should we add a meeting for July 20th? Dr. Felder, do you feel like that would be helpful?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, is there a motion to approve the calendar with the added meeting on July 20th?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, I had a motion from Ms. Stevens and a second from Ms. Smiley. Was there any discussion, Mr. Atherton, or were you?
Yes, I asked for discussion. So I assume this would just be a regular board meeting time, just for clarity?
Yes, like I guess it would be a work session technically, but
perfect. That's the only
whatever.
question. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Then I will go through and get votes on that. Ms. Hauser? Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
I'm a yes as well. So we have our board calendar for the year. And we will just have a quick discussion now about our committees for this year. We have a policy, which is policy, I believe it's 2230, that the policy is our one standing. Typically, we have budget and student achievement as well. I have touched base with all of you about the possibility of interweaving student achievement into our regular board meetings so we can all be hyper focused on that this year in this most unusual set of circumstances, and the possibility of having an ad hoc committee this year for community engagement. So I just want to have a discussion. Email to ask which committee you'd each like to serve on so that I can form those committees and we can all get to work. So is there any discussion about that?
Well, I will say that I like having the ad hoc committee, the community engagement. As you recall, when I served briefly, I established an ad hoc committee and appointed someone, and the committee did great work. And I believe if you do that with this committee that you have in your mind, that we will do great work as well. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yep, I think it's a great idea. I suggested it to Hillary. I'm not trying to I just want to be like, I love it. I love that idea. I think we should do it. very
Yes.
necessary right now. And it's a big
Good
part
idea,
of what the
Ms.
board, I'm like, it's a big part of what the board's role is, right? Is to like represent the community. And so I think our role thinking about community engagement makes a lot of sense.
Right. It does. Great. So do you want a motion?
Awesome.
You don't need a motion. No, because you just
Sure. Motion, Ms. Stevens?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Ms. Jubison, do we need a motion or do we need a vote on this? You're muted. I'm sorry.
Well, as chair, you get
board action to appoint a standing committee, but not to create an ad hoc committee. The chair can do that.
Right.
Okay, so I guess we're good then. We will have policy, budget, and an ad hoc committee of community engagement, and we will have a strong focus on student achievement in all of our meetings.
Oh, great.
So Hillary, just one question for
Yes.
Eva. So the wording of the policy says, and I agree with what y'all are saying, is at time and situation demand, ad hoc committees may be appointed by the chair with the approval of the board. So does that imply that we still need to do the motion though?
So I guess I interpret that to be that she would present to you that the committee will be X, Y, and Z person, and then you would approve like the whole committee slate at your next meeting.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to miss the opportunity if we could just approve it now and be done, but that makes sense.
Right. And that's what we did with the CTE board.
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, then I think that concludes our business for today. You guys can watch for an email from me about that committee, about those committees, and I will take a motion for adjournment unless there's anything else.
A motion to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Hauser. So I will now roll call vote. Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
No, I want to keep meeting. Yes.
Ms. Doyle?
Yes.
Ms. Hauser?
Yes.
Thank you everyone so much. I vote yes as well. The meeting is adjourned. Have a great day and we will meet again on the 20th.
Thanks, y'all.
Bye.